Hello everyone and welcome on into Shaw Stadium in Dunmore, Pennsylvania for the Baseball U Fall Showcase event. I'm Ray Dunn, joined by Bob Rotruck to my left. We have a great game coming up for you between Baseball U New Jersey and Baseball U Connecticut Orange. Baseball U New Jersey back-to-back games. They got Jake Calfian on the mound. First pitch in there for a strike. Chris Kennedy leading it off for Orange. This is game 2 of 5 for today's slate. The 7th game overall here on BFA Live Sports.
Here's the confusing part. New Jersey is wearing orange. Connecticut Orange is wearing white. So how's that?
I'm only going to explain this showcase.
Let's call it Connecticut.
Yes.
We'll just do that, I think. It might be better. That was a good fastball there from Jake Calfian. He's bringing it.
1-2 to the first batter, Chris Kennedy, an infielder, class of 2022. Fouls this one back.
Connecticut Orange lost their game yesterday to Maple Zone Sports Institute 2-0. They only had 3 hits when they were shut out. That's been the theme. A lot of good pitching here all weekend.
And good pitching right there. The breaking ball from Calfian. Sits down Kennedy looking.
Kennedy was frozen by that. It looked like it was going to miss a little high or maybe even away, and it didn't. It didn't sail on him. It bent back in.
And now Joel Strand coming up to bat for Connecticut.
Connecticut Orange team here needs to work on contact. Yesterday, I mean, they're facing some good pitchers from Maple Zone, but they had batters that struck out 12 times yesterday, and that's entirely too many. They're not satisfied with that, for sure.
Especially in a 7-inning game, 21 outs, 12 of those being strikeouts, just not putting the ball in play enough to get runs. 1-1 now. Calfian kicks and delivers. Popped up. And the infield going to drop. Second baseman gets to it quickly, but not in time. Strand could be in on an infield single.
That's Jonathan SPATOLA there. And the ball just wasn't hit as high as I think we or he thought it was, and so it kind of fell in front of him.
Yeah, it's a tough play. He's playing deep in that hole.
Yeah, he was really deep.
And it's the adjustment of playing on turf like this. You know, you're expecting those hard bounce, hard hit contact come up on you quick. So to get that soft pop-up is tough. As now Matt Buciero coming to bat. Back-to-back Bucieros in the order here, 3 and 4. Owen coming up after him. And the 0-1. Ground ball up the middle, bobbled, and that's going to be an error.
That's Versace there in the ski mask again. Kind of ate him up on that one.
Yeah, Versace has that kick off his gloves. Now first and second with 1 out for Dan Bucier. Excuse me. I had Owen on the last one. I don't know what I was reading.
We're scribbling so fast. That happened to me yesterday, just trying to read your own handwriting on some of the names as we're going very quickly.
I also have to say, for me, the 10:10 start even is a little early. I'm not a morning person. I've been up since 4:15, and that's not normal for me in the slightest. So that one's low, 2-0 to Buciero.
I've done hundreds of games. I've never done a game at 8 a.m. until this weekend, and I've never done 5 games in a day before either. So a couple of firsts for me.
The 2-0 is in there for a strike.
We're getting some sun now. We were really cloudy before, and I mean that's what we had a lot of yesterday. It was varying weather. Sun peaked out a little bit, then it got cloudy and very windy again, and the wind changed direction.
Back-to-back pitches in there for a strike.
I mean, after all, we are in the mountains.
Yes.
So, yes, wind does become part of the equation sometimes.
From the 2-2, fouled back. We'll do it all over again here. So 2-1, 2-2 the count, 1 out. And the pitch. this one back up to second. That's just going to get by him. We got a runner held at third. A little confusion as this one now kicks away. And we'll have a very exciting nothingness to that play.
Well, you know, the backstop is so close that a throw getting away, it's really hard to try to advance from third, and with one out, there's no point in risking it. Maybe he can score on that play, but it's tricky because if the ball gets back to the fence, it's practically still right on top of the plate. It's pretty close anyway.
It's interesting. Matt Bussiere took a long turn around second, thought there could be a play there, then the ball kicks away here, thought there could be a play here. In the end, base is loaded, and Will Eustace is going to come to the bat. First pitch in there for a strike, so the 0-1 now. Calfian.
That's a good
Swing
fastball.
and a miss.
You know, perfect game scouting report on Calfian has his fastball velocity at 81, and the way that he throws and continues to develop it into his body, the scouting report, they think that he can even build on that.
Well, it's going to get him a strikeout here. 3 pitches, and he sets down Eustace. His base is still loaded now with 2 outs, and showcase baseball. 6 hitters in an inning is what you're looking for, and that's where we're going to
that's right.
hit here.
This is the 6th batter of the inning. I always forget that part, so good to be reminded.
This first one's foul back.
This is Charlie Lafreniere who's batting now.
Lafreniere, class of 2023, 6'3". Good size for his age. That one's a ball away, so now runs the count even 1-1.
I'm just amazed at the size of some of the kids that are, 15 years old. I mean, there's some big boys here.
This one up and away, 2-1.
And maybe even still growing.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, if they're that young.
It's one of those things, as doing stuff in college, I expect, the athletes at Division I Temple Sports to be taller and bigger than me. But coming here and seeing kids 15 that if I were to interview them, I'd be looking up at them, really checks your ego at the door.
But very quickly.
And now we got a 2-2 pitch coming from Calfinan. Bases loaded and 2 away. That one's outside, runs the count full.
That's a good pitch, 2-2. I mean, he's got a good fastball. And he's locating it really well, just nibbling outside the strike zone to make it bad contact if he goes for it and isn't able to lay off.
And the 3-2, this one grounded foul.
And then he followed that up with off speed, and he was ahead of it, and he had to fight it off and foul it away. You get jumpy, you get the adrenaline going when you're 2 strikes. You have to be aggressive, and you don't want to go down looking because that gets embarrassed. I mean, it's so many different elements.
Especially in the team aspect, obviously, a showcase. Bases load, 1 out. Now they have a chance to strand as he fouls this one back. So staying alive here.
I like that. That's good recognition to see that that's coming into the zone. He fights it off, fouls it away. I don't know if he was really ready to put that into play, but he got a piece.
And now Calfinan to Lafreniere, the pitch. And he's going to get a called 3rd strike, so that will wrap up this first inning. 3 strikeouts, even though he does load the bases for Calfinan. So we got a couple of hits in this first inning, but no runs across. 0-0. We will see New Jersey again for their 2nd game of the day right after this on BFA Live Sports. Welcome back for the bottom of the first inning here from Shout Stadium in Dunmore, Pennsylvania. On the mound to start for Connecticut, Nevin Belanger. And starting at bat for New Jersey will be Sam Gates, leading it off, picking up where they left off in the lineup from their game at 8 o'clock. It's a fast-moving game in that first one. Pitch outside.
I am dying to know if Nevin Belanger is related to the great Baltimore Orioles shortstop of the 70s, Mark Belanger. And I do think it's possible. Mark Belanger is from Pittsfield, Mass. So that's not far. You know, it absolutely could be. And I can't find it. I've been Googling and trying to find it, and I can't, make heads or tails of it anywhere.
We're going to get you on Ancestry.com by the end of this one. The 1-1 pitch, high and away, 2-1. Mark Belanger was a great shortstop for Baltimore in the 70s. They're kind of dynasty teams all the way up until 1981, and then some guy named Cal Ripken kind of slid over from third base and took over at shortstop. Mark Belanger was there for 15 years. This one lofted in left field and a base hit for Gates. Leadoff man aboard. How about that for New Jersey, struggling hitting-wise in the first game?
Yeah.
First batter gets on.
Yeah, that's true.
See if hitting really is contagious as Zachary Rogacki comes to bat.
At the end of the previous game, Nicholas Mortolito was hit by that pitch and looked like he had a bloody nose or something in there. He walked behind us as he was coming off. I was told he was laughing too. So that certainly seems a good sign. They might be taking him to the hospital to get him checked out. When it's a head thing, you have concussion concerns, and also if he might have a broken nose, of course, as well. But to update everyone on that, it looks like if he's laughing, then we can hope that he's just fine and he'll be okay.
Laughing was certainly encouraging. 2 back-to-back breaking balls here in for strikes 0-2. And really, when you looked at the situation, obviously having him down, seeing him just get up and be able to walk, and even though he was guided, he was really on his own power, walking past us by the time he was there. So all good things, hopefully, for him coming up as the 0-2 pitch, another good breaking ball. This one outside, 1-2.
You know, in hockey, it's a little more common to get a broken nose, especially in fights, and I work in hockey, and the running joke is, it makes your face look better. That's from the old Rocky movie, too. Hey, it's an improvement.
And this one, runner goes, lofted into center field, and catch is made, 1 away. Good recognition from Gates, getting on back.
Anyway, Mortolito is not here for this game, and we wouldn't expect him to be. He left in the car and maybe to go home or go to get checked out at the doctor. So, we could have anticipated that, but we actually saw him leave the ballpark, and in case you're wondering on that update.
Now Joe Celia coming to bat. You mentioned yesterday in the games that you were here for, you had the only home run.
Only home run of the whole thing, the whole weekend.
Over that high right field fence.
And he and also Sam Gates, who's out there at first.
This one sent into center field. Catch is made.
He and Sam Gates are going to be going down to Florida in a couple of weeks for that wood bat championship, the Perfect Game wood bat championship. And we have some guys who are using wood bats in these games. You don't have to. We have the metal bats too, but we've seen some wood bats as well. And to be going all the way down to Fort Myers, Florida, and represent Baseball U, who is playing in the Perfect Game wood bat championships for a 14th consecutive season, it's something they're very proud of.
And this one also lined into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Gates rounding third. The ball got away. He's going to score. Standing, the throw goes into second. No tag made. So Nick Vaughn in to second base. I think he gave him a base hit, and then the bobble allowed him to advance.
Okay, so we'll call it a single and an error, you think? You saw that bobble better than I did.
That's where I'm leaning towards there.
Okay, sure. And that was actually, kind of a close play at second, wasn't it? They could have tagged him out before the run would have counted. It would have been very close because Vaughn was kind of jogging in. He had it made. Didn't know that there was going to be a close play at second. They could have tagged him a millisecond before he steps on the plate, and you could have had one of those situations, which doesn't happen very often.
We'd have to consult the replay we don't have.
Right. This is David Cohen here, right? Yes. And he's at 1-1.
So we got a run across. It took us all 7 innings to get a run in the first game. It took us all of 1 inning to get a run in this one.
Well, Baseball New Jersey is now on a roll. They've scored in back-to-back innings.
Yes. That one's in there for a strike 1 and 2 now. They can consider that first game batting practice. They were just getting warmed up. That was the cages now.
Well, so was I.
Yes.
Right? So were we all. And we are warmed up now with a lot more sunshine.
I never trust the fence. That one's fouled back right at us, and I jumped. So I'm going to be honest with all of you. I flinched on that one. 1 and 2. I know there's a fence in front of me, but gets me every time. It's going now. Down 1 and 2 in the count. Bellinger delivers. This breaking ball's ground to shortstop. And
oh, he dropped it.
Drops the ball on that one. So now runners at first and third. E6.
And that is Chris Kennedy at shortstop and kind of ate him up.
Yeah, one of those on the transfer. He seemed to feel it cleanly as he was bringing it up to fire across the diamond. The ball just never quite got to the other hand. It's Joseph Figolino. Digging on in, takes the first pitch for a strike. 2 outs. Runners on the corners. This is the 6th batter of the inning. So both teams get into the 6th batter, even though we didn't get to 6th batter in any inning in the first game.
This is their 4th game of the weekend, their 2nd in a row, and that got away, but the runners will hold. Again, it doesn't go very far. Let's see, Figliolino has gone 1 for 6 on the weekend as a whole in their 3 games, and now for their 4th.
1-1 to him. Takes that one inside. Ahead in the count 2-1. And for those of you just joining us, explain the rules with balls and strikes here. If it goes to 4 balls, you don't get the walk right away. You go back to 2. And then if you draw another walk, then we can send you down to first base. Showcase atmosphere. So that one's taken outside 3-1.
You have the 6-batter max. We have 7 innings or 2 hours, whichever comes first, and you have a lot of players that are switching positions. That's all for the benefit of the college coaches as well, to get different looks at different guys.
That one's high. So
ball 4 becomes ball 2. We
Yes.
reset the count. It was ball 4, but now it will be 2-1.
2-1 count to Figliolino. And the pitch. High, 3-1. So I would love for myself, back when I was playing, to have played in one of these and just have it continually reset and see how long I could draw on that bat. So this one, flown down the line in right, giving chase, and the catch is made out there in foul territory. So that will wrap up the first inning, but not before New Jersey gets on the board, taking a 1-0 lead here on BFA Live Sports. Welcome on back to Shot Stadium, the Baseball U Fall Showcase. New Jersey back in the field, Connecticut up to bat, top of the 2nd. Get started with Jackson Tavel, excuse me. And quickly gets ahead 2-0. Jake Calfian back on the mound.
I like Calfian's stuff. I think he's a really sharp pitcher there.
Looking to find the zone here, down 2-0, and he does. 2-1 to count. And the 2-1 pitch. Foul back and for Calfine. He's listed as his primary position as a pitcher. I think that's what they're trying to work on with. You mentioned he could really grow out into his frame and add some velocity to it. He's got great potential as a pitcher when he's not pitching over there at first base. As the takes that one for a called third strike.
That's 4 strikeouts now for Calfian too.
That's the only way he's recording out.
That's right. Yeah, that's true.
Four outs, 4 strikeouts. Managed to load up the bases with 1 out in the top of the first, but came back-to-back strikeouts to end that inning. So he's now struck out the last 3 batters he faced. This ball is outside to start Cole Dickinson. 1 away. Dickinson will try and get something going here. That one's in for a strike.
Well, Dickinson struck out a couple times yesterday, and we mentioned the Connecticut batters. They had 12 strikeouts yesterday. They have 4 more today. They're swinging aggressively,
yes.
Aren't they? There's another aggressive swing.
That's now down 1-2 in the count. And just looking at the base that Dickinson has in his swing, you can tell he's trying to barrel one up and send it a country mile. As this one's outside, 2-2.
Swing hard, because in case you make contact,
yeah.
you're going to be glad that you did.
Calfine trying to make it 5 strikeouts with a 2-2 count right here to Dickinson. Grounded it down the line, foul. Oh, a diving play down there by one of the college coaches.
Hey there, baby. All right. He was sitting on the ground and rolled over and made a nice pick. I've seen some terrific picks by managers and coaches in the third base coach's box. Some wonderful bare hand plays.
And that is another called third strike, back-to-back looking strikeouts for Calfian. He's up to 5 strikeouts, and now quickly 2 away for Connecticut.
I wonder if Peter J., their head coach, is okay with this. I mean, they're striking out an awful lot, and I know you want to have that aggressiveness, but that seems a little much. But hey, you know what? I mean, that's where Major League Baseball has gone to as well, with more strikeouts too. So who knows?
Quinn SOTERO up to bat. Swings and misses, down 0-2.
We saw him on the mound in yesterday's game as well, and he pitched pretty well.
Chance to hit here, down 0-2, and I feel like I missed so much yesterday, but that's what happens when you miss 10 hours of baseball.
That's right.
1-2 now. The ball goes outside. The relief announcer this weekend. This one's in there. A called third strike. What an inning for Jake Calfian. Gets all 3 hitters looking on strikes. That wraps up the top of the second inning. New Jersey still leads 1-0. Welcome back. Bottom of the second inning. New Jersey coming to bat, leading 1-0. Vince Versace coming to the bat. And the first pitch in there for a strike.
Well, in a weekend where we haven't had a whole lot of hitting for anybody, Versace has a couple of hits in 6 at-bats for the previous 3 games.
Got on base twice in the last game. One by way of a single, one by way of an error. One, two on the way. Just
That was a 2-0, I think.
2-0?
I think. There we go. 1 and 2.
1
All
and 2.
Neither one of us were right.
Yeah, it's okay. 1-2. Foul back. Way to adjust on the breaking ball right there for Versace.
Again, these baseball showcase events, I mean, it's an idea. The idea is to show off these players for the college coaches. You know how serious this is when they have a TV production crew come and put the games on live as well as on the recording.
This one grounded to shortstop. Fielded cleanly, fired across, and that is the first out of the inning.
That's Chris Kennedy over there at shortstop for Connecticut Orange. So not just the coaches that are here, but any coach can look at the highlights from these games, and the players themselves can edit some of the highlights. That's the thing now, is the edit packages, the highlight packages. You can send it to a college coach in California.
Yes.
You know, and that's what this event is, and that shows you how seriously Baseball U approaches these types of showcases. They want it televised, for crying out loud.
Right.
That makes it a big deal just by that alone.
Yes, any college coaches out there watching right now?
And we have
Thanks
11
for
coaches.
joining us.
Yeah, we have 11 coaches here too. So, you know, at least there might have been some others that joined us.
1-0 to start here for Jonathan Spatola. Scored the only run of the 8 a.m. game.
8 a.m. game. I mean, it still sounds comical, right? Are we watching baseball from Korea?
Yeah.
Like we were doing during with the Major League Baseball shutdown for a while? Or you know, they've had occasional Major League openers from Japan that are on at 4 or 5 in the morning. I mean, if I'm watching baseball at 8 a.m., it's from Japan.
Yes. Ground ball here. It'll be a tough place. Spatola is out at first. That'll be the second out of the inning. That was a very close play. Hustling down the line. Good work and communication over there at first base.
I thought he might have beaten that out, honestly.
Honestly, I think he did as well.
And here's what you have in a showcase. There's not going to be any player or coach that's going to be arguing with the umpire about it. I mean, yes, you care, but you don't care that much. You're not going to have a coach that's going to argue with an umpire over an out call or a strike call or anything like that, as you would in a competitive game.
Right. And even with that, if the tape does show that you beat it out, you can put that on your tape, your highlight anyway.
Yeah, sure. That's true. Right. And so, yes, there is. You want the competition. You want to win games. But that comes with a little bit of a qualifier about it.
Daniel Keenan up to bat. Quickly down 0-2. Nevin Bellinger continue to work here.
Keenan got down that sac bunt for their 1 run in the 7th inning that set it up there in the first game. And he's looking for his first hit of the weekend.
Went to manufacturing runs in that bottom of the 7th.
A 1-0 game. I mean, we've had a lot of 2-0, 2-1.
He stays back on this breaking ball, grounds it to second. The throw to first in time. 1-2-3 inning. Bellinger recovers from a first inning where he allowed a run. So no men get on, no men left. And we head to the third, 1-0 New Jersey. Welcome back. Third inning. Michael Coyne leading it off for Connecticut. It's New Jersey clinging to the 1-0 lead. First pitch outside, 1-0.
Yeah, Michael Coyne that began yesterday's games on Connecticut Black, and then we transferred him over to the Connecticut Orange team for the next game, and he stays with Connecticut Orange today. Maybe he plays on Connecticut Black, because Connecticut Black plays, I don't think in the next game, I think a couple games from now.
Play as much as you can. If they're going to let you play, let them play.
Yeah.
2-1 to Coyne. Foul tip. Nice catch there by the catcher.
I take it back. Connecticut Black is the next game. And then the Connecticut teams can all get out of here and can carpool back to Western Connecticut, Fairfield area. A lot of these kids are from.
2-2. Pushes the breaking ball back to the screen. And yeah, hey, listen, if they're going to let you play baseball, play some more baseball. Why not? And especially you can go back-to-back. Warm up in this game, get a game right up next. As he fooled by that one, swing and a miss, struck him out. So that's the 7th strikeout for Calfine. And in case you're wondering, there's only been 7 outs recorded.
And that's our most strikeouts for any pitcher that we've had all weekend. We've had a couple of guys with 5 or 6, including that pitcher in the first game that we saw, right? Yeah. And now Calfine has 7, man.
He fools Chris Kennedy with the breaking ball right there. 0-1.
This isn't just the Connecticut hitters, though. I mean, Calfine knows how to pitch. He's got some really good stuff.
Ground ball, foul.
Live lefty arm. I'd like to see a little more velocity. I think he's got some good kick right now, but as he continues to grow up, I mean, he's only a junior. He's 6 feet tall, listed at 150 pounds. Sometimes that's dated information. But he looks pretty thin there. Looking at 150, I can buy it. But, yeah, I think he's one of the better pitchers that we've seen this weekend. I like his stuff.
So far, so good. Now the 1-2 here. Skied into right field. And that will be the 2nd out of the inning.
We have a non-strikeout, an out that was put into play.
I was a little disappointed calling that one. I was hoping we could continue that one all the way through. But nonetheless, an out is an out. 2 away now. For the sake of Calfine's arm, he'll take an out. That's not a strikeout. Working into these counts. He fools Joel Strand there.
Now, does he look bigger than 6'1"?
Yes.
You're standing in front of us. That's what he's listed as.
I would bet that he's taller than that. As he puts this one into the gap, a base hit for Strand.
That's his second hit. He had the infield single there in the first inning, too. After going 0 for 2 yesterday, he's 2 for 2 today.
Just a good piece of hit and stays back on that pitch. Drives it where they're not.
Here come the Bucciero brothers, Matt and then Dan.
Bucciero's successful run the first time, and now they've got Strand in a rundown. And they've got him frozen. Turns back to first, and they're really working this one. He looks like, they fooled him. And he slips, and that will wrap up the inning. SPATOLA makes the tag to end it. No runners left, but 1 hit for Connecticut in this 3rd inning. We head to the bottom of the 3rd with New Jersey leading 1-0. Bottom of the third inning coming up here. Owen SOTERO taking over for Connecticut, which means we have seen the last of Nevin Bellinger. 2 innings, allowed 2 hits and a run. So solid outing for him, especially set down the side in order in the second.
This is Buckman batting here. The left fielder, or at least he was. I don't know if he's in left right now, but that's where you've seen him quite a bit this weekend.
Julian Buckman taking the first one low, and the second one as well.
So, I mean, there's a real difference here between the two SOTEROs here. Owen SOTERO is a 6'4" righty. Yesterday we saw Quinn SOTERO, little lefty, 5'9" lefty, and a 6'4" righty for the two SOTEROs.
Now Quinn is a 2024. Owen's
yeah, he's the younger one.
A 2023. So I'd be willing to bet we've got a growth spurt in the works for Quinn.
You might have it. You might not.
If it's anything like my brother and I's, this one's popped up back behind us. I did not bring my glove because the angle here really doesn't give us a chance to catch one, but that was about as close as it's going to get to us.
We don't have souvenirs here, though. I mean, we're hanging on to our balls and bringing them back.
Yeah.
You know, we're not going to give them away to the fans. These teams need the baseballs to make it through the games.
This one low, 3-1. But back to the point there, if it's anything like my brother and I, Quinn might actually grow up to be taller than Owen.
If it's a really late growth spurt, yeah. He could be on his way.
And the 3-1 in size will reset at 2 balls. Going back to 3-1. I guess I missed the reset. And that one's low, so he'll draw the walk. Again, how we get to walks in the showcase atmosphere is you get 4 balls, then you drop back down 2. And if you take another walk, this time you earn the base. It's a way to make sure that everybody gets the hit. Gets to showcase their stuff, hence showcase. And now up to bat, Nicholas Tarafanko. With the man on and nobody out. SOTERO trying to find the strike zone.
Yeah, Buckman had a good lead, and he started to go, and you could hear the first baseman say go on, and then he decided not to, or he knew he wasn't going to. He was close. It looked like he was going.
Keep on their toes. It's a 1-0. It's Tarafanko. Grounds this one to shortstop. Real slow roller. Going to make a tough play for Kennedy. And they get him. So 1 away here. Runner moves up to second.
He almost misplayed that into an infield single because he was kind of waiting back. He thought it was hit harder than what it really was. He didn't really have a chance for the force out there. But Chris Kennedy recovered at the end. Realized, I better come get this ball. It's not coming to me. You think about it when it's on the turf here because you know it's supposed to come to you hot. Right. So he's waiting back. Oh, it's not really coming that hot.
Sam Gates to bat. Ball low, 1-0.
So Sam Gates, he's the George Washington University commit, and he's the one who's also going to Florida, among their others, on a baseball U team.
Bunts at that one, foul.
They're going down for the Wood Bat Championships in a couple of weeks. He's got a Wood Bat up here now. He doesn't have to, but, hey, you're going to the Wood Bat World Championships in Fort Myers, Florida, normally in Jupiter, Florida. They switched it for this year. And I was told that it's going to be at the Red Sox Spring Training Stadium, which is very cool, and I've been there. They have 2 different stadiums there because the Twins play also down in Fort Myers, but that's at a different stadium.
This one low, 2-1.
So they get to play in a major league spring training facility at the home of the Boston Red Sox in Fort Myers for the Wood Bat Championships, and it's a lot of the kids from the Baseball U programs in Virginia with a smattering of kids from the New Jersey and Pennsylvania teams.
This one popped up. Kennedy tracking it, makes the catch. 2 away.
So Gates and Joe Celia are a couple of the kids who are on that roster. And that's where their coach, John Wells, I had briefly chatted with him. I mean, we exchanged a couple of emails. They're especially proud of that. You know, he said about this program, mentioned that 14 years in a row that they've been invited to participate in the Perfect Game Wood Bat World Championships, which are in Fort Myers, Florida this year. And so I assume that he goes also, John Wells. He's the guy that founded the Baseball U program, which has now branched out into different states, and we've gone on to hundreds of kids that have gone on to play collegiately that came through the Baseball U travel programs.
It's one of those nice things about having a uniform type of setup in the way you do things, the way you prepare things. It creates an expectation, and you can build on those 14 years when you have an expectation for programs. Not just in one spot, but, you know, as they collectively move across the country. It's Baseball U, the brand, continues to pump out what they're looking for in terms of prospects. As that one's fouled back.
And so all of these colleges that are here, I mean, I'm going to guess, pretty much every one has already had experience bringing in kids, signing kids out of the Baseball U programs before. And so they know what they're getting. They know that they're getting kids that are, you know, being taught to play, you know, the right way is kind of a common phrase, and it's a bit of a cliche, but it's probably correct. And that's why you have 11 colleges here who are scouting these kids, and some of these kids will end up going to play for these colleges from what they do and perform here as well as the other showcase events.
Never know the baseball game that's going to change the path of your career as this ball gets by the catcher. And
just a little bit, yeah.
Gets on down to third. Runs the count full.
I'll call that a passed ball for
Zachary.
Just
Rogacki with the full count. 2 outs. And he hits this one in the air down the left field line, and it falls foul. Kennedy giving chase.
This is Jackson Tavel, who's the catcher, that just sort of maybe got crossed up a little bit on that pitch that got through him and hit off the umpire behind him. Our umpire got dinged about 3 or 4 times yesterday. He got stung a few times, and you could not pay me enough to do that home plate umpiring stuff. I mean,
you see the way I'm moving right here, and we got the whole fence in front of us.
Well, one, I'd be flinch city, but two, I don't want to be black and blue because umpires, you get dinged back there.
Ground ball up the middle. Kennedy, it's going to be a tough play. Spins, fires, and that one's offline. The run's going to score, and Rogacki is on at first base.
Yeah, he hit that up the middle. I mean, the shortstop got to it, but he hit it in the right spot. I mean, Chris Kennedy over there didn't have a chance. He probably shouldn't have even thrown it, but it didn't matter.
Right. I think Rogacki was beating that one regardless. So I'm going to give him the hit on that one.
Yes. All right, let's see what Celia can do here.
That one's away. Like you mentioned, Joe Celia to bat. Flew out to center his first time up. 2 away and a runner on first. The throw goes to first, gets away.
Got away, but he was diving back in head first, so he stays there. So now I have it as New Jersey, 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 error. Connecticut, no runs, 3 hits, and 2 errors. After we had a 0-0 game right up to the very end in Game 1 for this very same New Jersey team. We'll have a different Connecticut team coming up next, Connecticut Black.
That one's in there for a strike. But, yes, we got some runs. The hitting is happening. It's very nice. And now the pitch from Sotero is taken off. There was really no communication on that one as Rogacki gets down there to second base.
Well, I mean, Rogacki's a catcher, so he's looking in and can recognize something. He saw something where he felt it was going to be a worthwhile opportunity to take off. What, did he leave delayed? I mean,
I don't know. I'm more curious where the communication was between team. We heard earlier the inning yelling about someone going. There was no yelling, no communication.
Yeah.
One of those things you just got to check as we get to a 2-2 count here for Sotero. And the pitch high and away. He was walking off. I think he thought he had spotted that one perfectly on the corner. Not to be. Celia's worked it full. Runner on second and 2 outs. The pitch. This one fouled back. There's some backyards in danger with they're popping this up.
We got a couple houses up there. Somebody's got to hit that window at some point. Not this weekend, but at least from one of the games here. You know that house has had a ball that's hit off the side before. And you know that whoever is the residents there, they see 5 games here, they're going, oh, no, I hope we make it through.
Yeah.
They need to put a screen or something. I mean, maybe they haven't been hit, but, geez, it's in a prime area on the top of the hill overlooking the baseball field. If you want to watch the games, you can watch it right from your window, which is kind of cool, too.
It's a lesser extent of what the Blue Jays got going on up in Toronto when they're allowed to play up there. Now we're working the count reset here as that pitch actually hits Celia. And that's a called third strike. Wrap up this third inning, but not before New Jersey tacks on another. They lead 2-0 as we head to the fourth here on BFA Live Sports. Welcome back, top of the fourth inning. We have a new pitcher for New Jersey, Michael Kelly taking over. What a performance we saw out of Jake Kalfayan. 3 innings, 3 hits allowed, 7 strikeouts, and no runs. So certainly some big shoes to fill here for Kelly as he starts off with Matt Bucciero in this fourth.
Here come the Bucciero brothers.
And this first pitch is lofted into right field, shallow enough where second baseman will make the play, and there is 1 away.
I kind of look up some of these players on the fly, and this kid, Michael Kelly, on his perfect game scouting report, on a previous scouting site from a perfect game scout, he topped out his fastball at 84, which ain't half bad. Not quite 17 years old yet, 16 years and 9 months.
There you go.
The months actually matter
Yes.
here at this level. I mean, 16 in 1 month is different than 16 in 11 months by a lot.
It's getting better each and every day and compounding that over time. That one is low.
Now, that's just his peak fastball, so that kind of shows his future potential. That doesn't mean he's throwing 84 on every fastball.
Sit in the low 80s and continue to grow into your body as that one is fastball in there for a strike, 2-1.
Dan Bucciero has done some pitching in his time, and when I was looking him up yesterday, I saw that he threw a no-hitter in a Little League championship game, which is a pretty nice accomplishment, in Ridgefield, Connecticut. And then his brother won the other game in the Little League championship, but Dan Bucciero had the no-no. How'd you like to win a Little League championship with a no-hitter? I mean, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is Dan is a big game pitcher, as far as I'm concerned. He fouls this breaking ball back, still 2-2. It says a lot, I know, even considering you switch off lineups the way this works, but to have brothers batting third and fourth in a lineup might say a little bit about the gene pool there for the Buccieros. This pitch high and in, runs it full.
I mean, we talk about some of these kids, and Bucciero is a class of 2022, both of them, the twins. So they're juniors, and how big they are as 15, 16-year-olds.
The 3-2 to Bucciero. We'll reset it at 2-2.
But I remember playing in Little League, and I was the smallest kid, but we had a kid that had a mustache at 12 years
Yep.
old and could snap off curveballs. I mean, every Little League has one of those, right? I
Yes.
mean, he was fantastic. He was the only reason we won games was, because we had the best pitcher in the league. He had to be 6 feet tall at 12
Yes.
years old.
I had similar experience.
And I've covered some Little League as well for teams that have made it, been advancing and through their tournaments. Big kids.
Ground ball to shortstop here for Bucciero on the run. The throw, dug out, got him in time. 2 away now in this top of the 4th inning. A nice dig over there at first base. I'm trying to get you the number.
Yeah, I'm trying to see too.
Nick Vaughn digging
Okay.
that one out.
That is a heck of a play over there at first.
Catcher and a first baseman. You can tell.
I've covered teams that were advancing through their Little League tournaments and interviewed kids that are 12. You talk about 15-year-olds taller.
Yes.
I'm 5'6". I'm talking with 12-year-olds who are taller than me. And that one, I was in college or post-college when I was covering that as a radio reporter. That just stunned me. I'm like, you're 12.
Will Eustace stepping in. 2-0 to him. And yeah, I had one of those. He's currently playing at Lehigh. He was the reason why we won our Little League championship. He was 6 foot and hit the ball over the fence every 3 or 4 at bats. 2-1 now, taking that fastball for a strike. And it is just the game of growing up. When everyone hits their growth spurt, how they really work into their frame. It's a good pitch, low.
I mean, he's got good stuff. That one was, the previous pitch was 79. Comes low and tight on that pitch with good velocity.
3-1 now. That's in there for a strike. 3-2.
I mean, he's, pretty consistently with that fastball in the low 80s and looking good.
And now the 3-2 bounces in there. We're going to get a count reset.
This is Will Eustace here,
Yes.
by the way. Yeah.
Eustace struck out in his first at-bat, which a lot of this Connecticut lineup can say with the way that Cal Fine was pitching. Cal Fine 7 strikeouts in his 3 innings of work. Ground ball, going to be a tough play for the third baseman. Picks up, fires, and that one's offline. Almost hit a coach, and we'll have a runner aboard.
Yeah, that's a single. He didn't really have a chance there on that little tapper. The graphic had 36 Zach Worzel. This was actually 96 Will Eustace.
Yes.
So it's tough to see from that angle. I'm telling you, we're going along as best we can. So that is Will Eustace, I promise. and this is Charlie Lafreniere.
Lafreniere struck out looking in the first inning. That wrapped up the first inning. Takes the first pitch in there for a called strike. Now we're going to get to see what it looks like here for Kelly with a runner on coming from the stretch. The 0-1. Good breaking ball in there for a strike. Throw down to first. Just keeping him honest.
It's amazing to me. Some kids, when they're throwing 79, 80, it feels like it's faster because it pops the glove.
Yeah.
And other kids throw 79, 80, it doesn't pop the glove as much, but it's the same velocity. I don't know. I mean, if it's a spin or just how it's located or hitting it.
Fouled down the right field line. It is interesting how it works out for you. The sound of it, you can feel like it's coming so much faster.
When I hear that pop, it sounds like it's 85, and then I see the velocity on our radar readings, which is cool to have, and I see 79 or 81, which is fine. Feels like it's a little more than that on the pop.
This one high. Again, the throw down to first. And being cautious with Eustace. Lafreniere facing a 1-2 count. 2 outs, the top of the 4th. Jersey trying to protect that 2-0 lead. That breaking ball gets away behind Lafreniere. 2-2 now. He just didn't have the grip he wanted. You could see that one just slipped out of hand.
And it's not as cold as it was at 8 a.m., but yeah, you're still trying to find your grip.
This one high and in. Runs the count full. 3-2 now. Lafreniere with a runner on first and 2 away. Calls timeout. So I'll build it up one more time for you. Kelly looks in, comes set, kicks, fires the 3-2. This one's driven into right field, going back. And he makes the catch, and the side is retired. 1 hit for Connecticut, but they leave that runner at first. We head to the bottom of the 4th with New Jersey leading 2-0 here on BFA Live Sports. Welcome back to Stroud Stadium in Dunmore, Pennsylvania for the Baseball U Fall Showcase. Baseball U New Jersey up 2-0. As Nick Vaughn coming to bat, that one is low. 1-0. Owen SOTERO still on the mound. 1-0 to Vaughn, who singled in his first at-bat. Pops this one up. This one going back near the snack bar. I think it might have hit the top of the snack bar.
Sounded like it. Vaughn is 3 for 7 this weekend after that single in the first, so he's having himself a weekend.
Vaughn, the 6'2", 205, plays catcher and first base.
Yeah, if he gets a hold of one, yes.
Yeah. Class of 2021. Takes that one in for a strike. Good curveball there.
Now, Vaughn's single in the first was to right center, so shows he can go the opposite way.
But you'd assume some pull side power from him.
Yes.
And he offers at this one in the dirt, hustling down to first. And he is retired. So a strikeout from SOTERO. Play completed there by good work at the backstop. I believe that's Tavel.
Yeah, Jackson Tavel.
Tavel.
Vaughn pulled one into the gap in left center yesterday. He had a double for one of his hits and an infield single as well. So double to left center, single to right, infield hit, 3 different hits as well. And then a single to right center here today.
This one gets away. Ball outside as David Cohen coming to bat. Reached on an error. His first plate appearance. Now ahead in the count 1-0. The pitch in the dirt. SOTERO skipping a couple here.
Now Cohen is 0 for 6 this weekend, so you're running out of time to, do something to get on base. He reached on an error and he also walked in yesterday's games. But he wants to get a hit here.
He's not going to get a hit unless he's going golfing right now.
Yeah, he won't get one on a 58-footer.
This back-to-back pitches bouncing to the plate. I consider one of my greatest athletic feats getting a base hit off one of those pitches. That's a ground ball back to the pitcher. Good play by SOTERO. Finishes the play with the toss to first. 1-3 on the putout, and there's 2 away.
Who hit a home run on a pitch that bounced?
I think it was Vlad Guerrero, I want to say.
Maybe, yeah.
I think that's who it was, because I remember this. I remember this as well, and I believe that was him. But
you're
the senior.
Yeah, senior. Yes.
Senior, not junior. No,
yes.
No.
It didn't happen last year.
Junior will do it probably at some point.
Yes.
Given his tendency to offer at pitches that are outside of the strike zone, as that one bounces in there 1-0.
Maybe. That sounds like it could be right. I remember that. You're like, really? How does that even happen? But so you have something in common with Vladimir Guerrero.
Yes.
You got a hit.
Yeah,
I mean, not many people get a hit on a pitch that bounces.
No. The power was certainly not there for me. As anyone that can see me sitting here, is the power never really came around. The arms are not.
Now that hit the light tower there on that foul.
Finding everything. They're hitting just about everything in foul territory. 1-2 now to Joseph Figliolino. And there's 2 away. SOTERO trying to work his way through a quick inning. And the 1-2 offering. Check, and he says he swings. That will do it. So a swing and a miss. 2 strikeouts for SOTERO here in the 4th. New Jersey doesn't put any on, but they lead 2-0 as we head to the 5th here on BFA Live Sports. Welcome back to Schott Stadium in Dunmore, Pennsylvania. Bob Rochuk to my left. I'm Ray Dunn.
We have 11 colleges in attendance, as we've mentioned before, and I think it's worth repeating that, some of these players are going to end up playing for these colleges. Maybe some of it is based on their performance this weekend or on other showcase events. I think it'll be fun in 2 or 3 years to see where these players land, because some of them will be playing for University of Scranton or Gettysburg College. And we saw those coaches watch the players here right now. 2 or 3 years from now, they'll be playing for them. Somebody will be.
That's the design here. That's the
right?
hope.
Yeah.
And, it's going to be interesting. It's always fun. For me, I like to follow along with amateur baseball and see how players progress and go through. So being able to be here and a part of this is awesome for me.
Look, I don't know much about I know a little bit, but not that much about these collegiate baseball programs. Now, 3 years from now, I'm going to see the Bloomsburg baseball roster, and I'm going to say, I know that guy. Yeah. I saw him at 8 in the morning. He got jammed on that and turns it into an infield single. They weren't able to get a play.
That's about.
Did he foul it off his foot? Oh, okay. Okay,
yeah,
he's still standing there. Okay.
Seems to be all right. Was limping a little bit, but 1-2 now. It's Michael Kelly still on the mound for New Jersey. That pitch is outside, 2-2.
last year when I was doing the Williamsport games for the Phillies Farm Club, and they had a pitcher, and I swore I knew his name, but I thought it was just my imagination, but it turned out I had seen him in summer collegiate ball 6-7 years earlier.
Ground ball to third, fire across the diamond, and one away.
Is a pitcher named Brian Marconi, and I think he's a Marlboro, New Jersey kid. He might have played for these guys too, but because he's New Jersey and he's a good ball player, and baseball U's been here forever. But those stats don't show up. But he played for the South Jersey Giants in the Atlantic Collegiate Baseball League, and I had to look him up, and then I saw him and I went, I knew your name, and I told him that I saw him, and I called a couple of his games like 6 years ago.
Crazy how that works.
Yeah,
out
right.
For you.
Yeah,
Cole Dickinson.
Small world.
Fouling this one back at us. Get him going. Struck out in his first AB. This one outside.
So the colleges who are here in attendance, and these coaches are here pretty much for all the games. I mean,
Right.
they're kind of mingling about too. But University of Scranton, Gettysburg College, Keystone College, Bloomsburg University, Goldie Beacom College, and they've already signed one of the players who's playing here this weekend because I saw that college's name.
Ground ball to third again. Fielded cleanly, firing across the diamond once again. And that's back-to-back ground outs to third base.
And Frostburg State, Lockhaven University out, kind of past Williamsport a little bit. Ursinus College, DeSales University down in the Lehigh Valley area. Newman University, Arcadia University down towards Reading. I mean, these are coaches that are not exactly, they're sort of local, but some of them are coming from a couple hours away too.
Yeah. Ursinus is right near me, Collegeville, Pennsylvania. That's
Right.
right near where I grew up. Familiar with that program. Did countless baseball workouts in their facilities, and this one, the ground ball to second base, is going to be a tough play. Toss to first.
He made
Got
it work.
him. A 1-2-3 inning for Kelly. Connecticut goes down without a hit in that one. They still trail 2-0 here on BFA Live Sports. We'll be back with the bottom of the fifth. Welcome back. Bottom of the fifth inning coming up. New Jersey coming to bat leading 2-0. New pitcher on the mound for Connecticut, Zach WORZEL. Left-hander class of 2023. Stands at 5'11". And he will be greeted by Vince Versace to get this inning started. Winds, kicks, fires. This one skied into shallow right field. And play is made by Kennedy. And there is one away. One pitch, one out.
You have a couple of Baseball U programs who are doing battle here, but it's the coach of Baseball U New Jersey playing back-to-back doubleheaders each day, John Wells, who founded the whole thing. And now they're up to 128 Baseball U alumni drafted. 10 first-round picks, 9 of which have been in the last 7 years. 10 former Baseball U players making it to the major leagues. 750 to college. The sheet I have says 702, but they updated a different site. It's so many you can't. I mean, it's
rolling counter.
I mean, you say hundreds and you think you're exaggerating. It's literally hundreds upon hundreds.
Ground ball up the middle, a base hit for Jonathan SPATOLA.
Now look, a lot of these kids that go on to play college will not be pro players. Some of them will, but many will not. But they, are able to parlay their baseball talent and dedication into an education as well. And so that's also a focus. Look, your baseball can become a college scholarship. Some of these guys have a ton of talent and could become pretty good pro ball players. Once you make it a single A, then you don't know. I mean, if you're going to make it to the major leagues, I mean, once a lot of single A players never get that much further past single A. And it's hard to get to that level.
And it's just continuing the career. I mean, everyone I think on this field wants to continue playing baseball and wants their career to keep going. So giving the kids the opportunity to do that is huge. This one's fouled out of play. So yes, Baseball U, if you bought stock a long time ago, it's certainly rising.
Well, they talk about, and they use a motto of scholarships are more important than trophies. They focus on the college placement and providing those opportunities, which they are doing right here with this showcase and via these broadcasts. That's the idea. Am I looking at Keenan here batting? I got sidetracked. I am. Okay, good.
Daniel Keenan up to bat. He's got SPATOLA over there on first with 1 away. And the pitch from WORZEL's grounded to first. Steps on first. The throw to second. Good dig out there. That is, well, it's number 32 that makes the play. And the reason why I'm saying number 32 is because I don't have number 32 on my roster. So whoever it was, good job stopping that play as the runner advances to second.
Oh, that's COHEN from the other roster.
That's why.
This Zach WORZEL kid. It was a lefty, and he's using different arm slots, as a lot of lefties like to do, it seems. But he came from not quite down under, but pretty darn close to it on that one that got the ground out. Now he comes from three-quarter style up higher.
Good block there by the catcher. 1-0 to count as Julian Buckman steps in. Had a walk in his first plate appearance in the third.
We love the throw that he had from left field yesterday when he nailed that player at the plate, and the catcher, I can't remember, had to come backwards with a tag as well. But the throw that was a little bit in front of the plate, but I mean, yeah, it was a terrific throw. Good arm.
He's working.
I promise you, the coaches noticed.
Yes, absolutely. Working a 1-1 count right now. This one gets away, runner ahead to third, and slides in safely. SPATOLA is now on third base with 2 away. Chance for Buckman to show his ability to drive in runs. WORZEL behind the count, 2-1. Kicks, fires, this one low, 3-1. And it is worth mentioning with SPATOLA over there on third, he did manufacture the 1 run they scored on a good base running move from third base in their first game of the day at 8 o'clock start. First run of the game coming in the bottom of the 7th, courtesy of him. And now the pitch, swing and a miss.
I want to make the correction there, and one of our gentlemen on the production crew told me, because he knows Brian Marconi, Marlton, New Jersey, not Marlboro. I was relatively close. I knew it wasn't right. I knew that wasn't right, but thank you for the correction. There's a lot of talent in New Jersey.
Yes.
I mean, we're Northeast. It gets a little lost in the shuffle. And John Wells knows about it, and that's where he's put together this program, and he's been a scout forever with the Mets and the Pirates and had coached in the Atlantic Collegiate League in New Jersey as well with a former team. New Jersey and Philly area as well.
Yes.
I think scouts know about it, but I think most people think of, baseball talent, Georgia, Florida, Texas, California, Arizona, right? I mean, that's where everybody thinks of.
It's where you can play baseball year-round. As SPATOLA dashing for the plate, slides in safely And New Jersey extends their lead to 3-0. Spatola again using his wheels to manufacture runs, expanding that lead.
He got a good jump on a ball that doesn't get very far away because the backstop is so close. I think WORZEL needed to have a better jump coming home to cover because he was almost not there in time to make the tag. I'm not sure if it makes a difference if he gets a better jump, but he knows he needed to be there a bit quicker.
And he was kicking himself through his head back to the mound, and that is a called third strike. Struck out Buckman, and that will do it for the 5th inning, but not before New Jersey tacks on another 1 hit and 1 run. They leave nobody left. It's 3-0 New Jersey as we head to the 6th. Top of the 6th inning coming here. Michael Kelly still on the mound for New Jersey. Is Connecticut trying to get a run across here in the 6th. Michael Coyne leading off. He struck out in his first AB. Fouls the first one back.
Well, they're pulling a little bit of a PA tell-up, a PA Scranton tell-up. They haven't scored all weekend. Tell-up got shut out back-to-back days, and we've seen the same for Connecticut Orange, who had 3 hits yesterday and struck out 12 times. Today they have 4 hits, and they struck out 7 times against Calphion.
The one thing you can say for them is they have made contact better in the later
Yeah, they're
innings
making
of
contact
this.
now, right, against Kelly.
That's just about hitting it where they're not now.
Well, they got an infield single. That's what they got, I mean, since the first. You need more.
Oh, absolutely. As Coyne fouls this one back, still down 0-2.
So I have it as New Jersey, 3 runs, 4 hits, 1 error. Connecticut, no runs, 4 hits, and 2 errors. And yesterday they lost to Maple Zone Sports Institute 2-0. They had 3 hits yesterday, 4 hits today.
And that's a called third strike. Coyne down looking. That's how we start the 6th. 1 away. Michael Kelly recording his first strikeout.
Of the 8 strikeouts of the batters today, I've got 5 of them looking. Now, a couple of them the batters thought, oh, it was not the call that I thought it was going to be. But there are a couple that are kind of close where, hey, 2 strikes, you got to do something with it. It's close enough. You got to make it happen.
Ball inside. Yeah, especially in this type of atmosphere.
When you take a strike 3 that's you hope is going to be off by a couple inches, you're sitting there after taking it and you're just pause and hoping. That's all you're doing.
Yep.
You're just, please let me stay for another pitch.
And Kennedy lining this one foul towards his own dugout. Kennedy 0-2, the strikeout looking, and the fly
right.
to right field. But in this type of atmosphere, you should want to throw the bat at it.
Right.
You put a good swing forth,
That's
but
why
you miss it.
That's why we don't want the walks. That's why we reset the count.
Right.
We want the guys to put it into play. Let's go. You wanted to show plate discipline too.
Right. Yeah, we're not asking for you to swing at a pitch such as that one that misses low and away, but if you put a good swing on a pitch close to the zone and you miss, all right, so be it. But taking that close strike 3 isn't shown as much. Pitch, ground ball. Third baseman feels it, firing across the diamond, and Kennedy is retired, 2 away.
I mean, look, we're in the 6th inning, so this is their 13th inning of playing.
Yeah.
They came all the way here from Connecticut, and they're on the verge of this Connecticut Orange team is on the verge of getting shut out in back-to-back games. That's not a good feeling on the drive home, but you take that and you go, okay, now let's look at the video of the games, and you try to improve following some mistakes. And they've had some at-bats that have been
right, and
not going their right way.
This one lined right back at the pitcher, knocked down. The throw to first. Strand is retired as Mike Kelly protected himself and then getting the out. 1-3 on the putout. 3 up, 3 down.
He hit it hard.
Yeah.
I mean, that was something.
Strand's been a bright spot, 2 hits, but that one is not to be. 3-0 New Jersey. They come to bat in the bottom of the 6th, and we come back on BFA Live Sports. Welcome back. The bottom of the 6th inning coming up here. Bob Roadtruck alongside me. I'm Ray Dunn here on BFA Live Sports. Game 2 of 5 today from Shots.
And more sun.
And more sun.
It's back.
We're heating up here. Bats, likewise for New Jersey, after only scoring 1 run in the first game. They're up to 3, and now they're going to try and tack on to that. As Nicholas Terefenko digging in. Was retired on the ground out to shortstop in his first at-bat. That's one misses low and in.
He had a single in one of the games yesterday, did Terefenko. I have him as 1 for 6 on the weekend.
Well, he's ahead in the count 2-0 here. See what he can do. Worzel still on the mound for Connecticut, and he rips this one back foul. Getting on the baseball there. You can see it left a nice mark on the bat.
New Jersey is on the verge of going to 4-0. So, we're talking about Connecticut Orange getting shut out in back-to-back games. Well, it's been a really good weekend for New Jersey, hasn't it?
I'd call that a successful trip over state lines. It's 3-1 now. Terefenko digging in as Worzel coming from the windup. He kicks and fires, fouled back.
Yesterday, a 2-1 win over Baseball U, Torresani, Baseball U Philly, on a 2-hitter. They only had 2 hits themselves, but Joe Celia's homer was one of them. A 3-1 win over the Taconic Rangers, who we'll see later today. Taconic had 7 hits, but they were scattered. Daniel Keenan had 5 strikeouts, and Julian Buckman had his throw from left field as well. I think it was in that game. And now today, a 4-hit shutout so far of Connecticut after they had the 1-0 win against Scranton in the first game on a 1-hitter. I mean, that's a lot of good pitching from a lot of different guys.
And this pitch swung on and fouled back. Foul tip. Terefenko staying alive, and you mentioned the one game they win with 2 hits. It's always about the first number on the scoreboard, not anything after that. As long as you get more runs than the other team, you're going to go home with the W. But, yeah, a chance to go.
Winsinger in the first game, who had the 5 strikeouts, they gave up an infield single to Gavin Shalat in the first, and that's all that Scranton got. against the New Jersey pitching.
That's incredible. Fouled back, Tarafanko making WORZEL work. Count's still full.
And who was that other pitcher, the guy that...
Bulls?
Jacob Bulls, yeah. He's the one who had the 5 strikeouts and retired, 12 in a row from the 4th through the 7th. I mean, and there was no accident because, he was pitching very well.
Tarafanko really showing how he can work a count, fouling this one back.
Was that 4 fouls? Something like that?
The adjustment on each and every pitch just to get himself on it. And again, things you're taking note of. We have, the final scorecard that'll tell you whatever, but as coaches are sitting here watching, this is what you want to show them. You want to show them even if this at-bat doesn't turn out the way he wants, you can work a count deep and you can make a pitcher work for it. And that one.
That's ball 4, so we reset.
Going to result in the reset.
Yes, it is about showcasing the talents, but you better believe that John Wells is going to be bragging, hey, my teams went 4-0 last weekend. I mean,
Oh, absolutely. A win is a win is a win.
Ultimately, it's about winning as well.
Now the 2-2. And that's a called third strike. Tarafanko takes one close there on the inside. And there is one away, so a hard-earned strikeout there for WORZEL.
This is the George Washington commit. I mean, that's a pretty good-looking ball player if you've already committed to a D1 school here for Sam Gates.
Sam Gates walking up there said to the catcher and the umpire that was the best strikeout I think I've seen. So complimenting his own teammate.
I like it. That's a good line.
Gates, 1-4-2. Singled and came around to score in the first. Popped out to shortstop in the third. That one's low. 2-0.
Ethan Gonzalez, who we saw pitching yesterday, is the other college commit on this team, and he's committed to Montclair State. And John Wells would know because he's been an assistant coach at Montclair State.
Very nice campus up there at Montclair State.
Yeah, for sure. They're not the ones that play at the New Jersey Jackal Stadium,
That
are
is.
they?
That is.
That's
That
the
is
one.
the Jackals' home field.
At
yes,
Yogi Berra Stadium. Yeah, I've been there.
It's 3-0. Offered at and missed, 3-1.
Yeah, that's a terrific ballpark.
It
I do
is.
like to play at a ballpark like that. I mean, that's a pro ballpark.
That is.
And you get to play there for your home games as a college team.
I was supposed to catch a game up there last year.
It's a beauty of a field.
Rained out, unfortunately. But, yes, that is a beautiful field and a beautiful campus as well. Count resets 2-1. That one misses outside. So Gates still ahead in the count. Certainly something if you can work the recount and still be up in the count. This one grounded over towards first base. That's a fair ball, and 3 unassisted. That's Matt Bouchier going to take that and get the out himself. So 2 away in this bottom of the 6th. As Zachary Rogacki stepping up to bat. 1-4-2. Singled in the third and stole a base after flying out to center in the first. Lefty on lefty matchup, and the breaking ball in there for a strike, 0-1.
I got to go back through too many score sheets to try to figure out the weekend. He was 0 for 4 in the previous 3 games, including a walk and a steal and a run scored. So 1 for 6 on the weekend is Zach Rogacki.
Fouls this one back down 0-2. I always wonder while I'm shuffling around here with papers if people can hear it, because you can hear the hard work of us trying to get you numbers. We don't have the computer-generated system of numbers. This is good old-fashioned paper and pen type stat keeping.
Well, it's some stats because we don't have their high school stats. Generally, it's very, very difficult to get that. And, we don't keep stats on these showcase events, but it's fun to kind of see. Right. I wish we had more stats. We have some of the metrics.
This one, line drive caught. Bouchier getting that one out of the air. The side is retired. 3 come up and 3 go down for New Jersey in the bottom of the 6th, but they still lead 3-0. We'll be back for the 7th inning here on BFA Live Sports. Welcome back into Shout Stadium. 7th inning of our second game of 5 here on BFA Live Sports, the Baseball U Fall Showcase, and we've got a new pitcher on the mound for New Jersey. New Jersey leading it 3-0. Nicholas Terafenko going to be on the mound. The first pitch goes high for a ball. He'll be faced by Matt Buschiero to lead this one off. Buschiero 0 for 2, but one of those was a reach on an error.
Well, not on that one, but on the first pitch, he kind of popped the glove a little bit at 80. So, decent start there.
And the wind-up and the pitch up and in again.
And, you know, this is make it or break it time. Connecticut Orange, their last chance to score. They're down to their last up at-bat here. They're down 2-0 or 3-0. And haven't scored this weekend.
Ground ball to third, diving stop, thinking he was just going to eat it. Showing off the arm a bit.
Good, yeah, that is an arm.
Good pick over there at first base, but that was going to be an infield single. He was just shaded too far towards second base to really be able to get that one and make a play on it. And that'll be an infield single for Matt Buschiero.
That's Joe Seeley over there who had that throw from third base. And, I mean, that is a gun. I mean, kind of falling away and resetting himself and getting it across that nicely.
One Buschiero on, one Buschiero up as Dan comes to the plate. First pitch is a wall, 1-0. And for Dan, he's 1 for 2. Singled in the first and grounded to shortstop in the fourth. What's in there for a strike, 1-1.
We will, we still have time for the next game to start at 12:20 for New Jersey to get to bat again in the bottom of the 7th, even though they would have already won the game. They'll have another look, would be the plan. That's how we've done it all weekend anyway.
That would be the expectation, 2-1 in the count. But, yes, New Jersey gets a chance to get their cuts in. That's why they can come to bat knowing they're 4-0 on the weekend if Connecticut doesn't finish it off here. This one fouled back. And
that's a good weekend with a lot of good individual performances, particularly from some of their pitchers.
Speaking of good individual performances on the mound, final line for Michael Kelly goes 3 innings, allows just 1 hit, strikes out 1, and doesn't allow a run. So,
yeah, he didn't light it up like Calfian with the 7 strikeouts, but as you were talking about, you induce bad contact, that's good too.
And we got a strikeout here for Terafenko. Catches Buschiero looking. 1 away, now with 1 on. And Will Eustace coming to bat. Eustace 1 for 2, struck out in the first and then singled in the fourth. And that single, according to my book, is the most recent hit before this inning.
Well, yeah, right before this inning. So 5 hits for Connecticut Orange in this game. 3 of them are infield singles.
Yeah. Why, you just got to keep running.
Yeah.
Another one up high. Eustace, and at 6 feet tall, class of 2023.
Yeah, he's 1 for 4 on their weekend. They've played 2 games, and New Jersey has played 4. So, slight difference on the opportunities.
One's in there for a strike. But yeah, Eustace definitely looks like he can grow out on that frame and be a solid outfielding prospect for in the future. As the current moment, he's up ahead in the count 2-1. Pitch coming from Terafenko is up and in, 3-1.
Okay, so the other Connecticut kids play in the next game. That's Connecticut Black. And they play against Baseball U PA Philly, the Torresani team.
Those from the area in which I came from this morning, as this one's skied to center field. Catch made by the right fielder coming all the way over into the right center field gap. And
could hear him from here.
Yeah.
Very clearly and authoritatively. That's how you got to do it to avoid the collisions. I mean, you want to not just communicate loudly.
Yes.
Let everyone hear you.
And that's a sign of someone that has center field potential, the commanding presence in the outfield. Even though he's playing right field, the way showcases work, everyone plays the outfield positions just to show what they can do. But that commanding presence and ability to track beyond your position, I can't catch the number from out here. I probably need glasses.
Yeah.
But it was a good work by the right fielder there. Now up to bat, a friendly air coming up. 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a fly out to right field.
Yeah, 0 for 4 on the weekend as well. So last chance to get ahead.
And up ahead in the count, 2-0. So Terry Franco's fallen behind in a couple of counts here, but still managed to retire the last 2. And now up ahead, 3-0, way ahead. Freddie Eric can pick a location, zone in on it. If it's not there, slide on by. Interesting, in the competitive world, you'd probably say take on 3-0, but in a showcase world, if he sees something he thinks he can drive.
Yes. Yeah, we had some, right, yeah. Chris Markowitz and I talked about that yesterday. It's a showcase, so 3-0, you go for it. It's not about winning the game as much as it is driving the ball and getting a base hit.
Fouls this one back, make it 3-2, but yeah.
So we had some 3-0 swings yesterday where you probably wouldn't see a 3-0 swing in some situations if it were a high school or even a college game, and the coaches recognize that.
Yeah.
They know that the batter gets the advantage too, so if he does something with it, well, okay, that's fine, but it was getting over-aggressive on 3-0 because he's kind of taking advantage of the showcase situation. Ooh.
This one up and in, so we reset 2-2. Yes, the worst thing you could do for yourself is swing away at something bad on 3-0 because it's just a tough look. But if you find that zone and you like it, go ahead. As he swings and misses, struck him out. So that locks up the W for New Jersey. But they get to bat. We'll be back with the bottom of the 7th. New Jersey leading 7-0 here on BFA Live Sports. Bottom of the 7th coming up here on BFA Live Sports. We present the Baseball U Fall Showcase.
Is that what we're calling it? Is that
I think
an official name?
That was the name I saw in the YouTube title, YouTube video title. So
Works for me. Okay.
I rolled with it.
Fall Showcase. All right.
Fall. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I think that's
It's technically fall, right? 20th, 21st.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Is today the equinox? Did we miss that? This
I
one's
think
a
it was-
base hit into center field.
I think it's today.
So Joe Celia didn't even give me a chance to announce his name, but there you go.
That's
Base
his
knock.
second hit of the weekend. That's his first since his home run yesterday. So he was 1 for 7 besides,
Yep.
So, yeah, a home run over that 260-foot porch and right. That's nice, but another hit is good.
Yeah.
Because otherwise he hadn't had any hits.
Nick Vaughn stepping to the plate. So, what we broke there, the news to all of you. Happy Equinox. This one, check swing. It's going to be caught down the right field line. He didn't really get his bat into it. Wasn't really sure if he wanted it.
He was playing shaded way over there, and it turned out to be the right spot because it certainly looked like it would have a chance to fall in on contact, but then ultimately it didn't. He had the RBI single back in the first inning, knocking it that direction as well towards right center.
That he did. David Cohen now up to bat. He hits this one into center, backing up. The center fielder's got it, makes the catch, and Celia returns to first. So the inning's moving so quickly that we didn't really address the fact Will Eustace is on the mound.
Yes, Will Eustace is the pitcher. We have 1 out to go. New Jersey has already won the game, and they're taking their last at-bat. New Jersey, 3 runs, 5 hits, 1 error. Connecticut, no runs, 5 hits, 2 errors.
We're coming up on the end of game 2.
This is Figliolino.
Figliolino fouling this one down the right field line. Bob Roadtruck and myself, Ray Dunn, bringing you through this entire day. 5 games. Bob did all 5 yesterday, too, so we'll do about 21 hours of baseball when it's all over. But Figliolino, the grounder to shortstop, bounces away. So we're not done yet here. Runner going to advance over to third. We'll call that an E6. As kind of fading away as he threw across. That was COHEN fading away as he threw to first. Kind of lackadaisical, this game's over type of.
I got a little excited there. I already wrote the 6-3. I thought, I mean, he had to move a little to his right towards the hole, but I thought he was going to make that play. Made it a little more of an adventure than maybe it needed to be.
So with that brings up Vince Versace. Ground out in the second and popped out in the 5th. So get a chance for his third at-bat with runners on the corners and 2 away. New Jersey locked up the W. It's 3-0, but showcase they can tack on more. That one's a ball outside.
He's 2 for 8 on the weekend. He had 1 hit yesterday and 1 hit today.
The 1 out. This one skied foul down the right field line. And I got to say, the foresight for the depth of foul territory we have until the parking lot is incredible.
That's a little better, yes.
I get kind of concerned when the foul balls go that way, and then I remind myself there's a lot of room over that way before the parking lot. This ball is low, 2-1. So you go to some stadiums and you're building the...
You're right on top of the stadium, yeah. You know some car is going to get hit.
Yes. The first car is parked the furthest. This one, line drive. Kennedy gets to it at second, and that will wrap this one up. 4-3 on the putout. We've completed a full 7. Baseball U New Jersey wins 3-0 over Connecticut Orange. We'll be back very shortly.
Yeah, the 12-20 game, they might start it a little earlier. They did that yesterday, so don't go too far here. It might start at 12:15 or something like that. Well, who knows? But so whenever they decide to start is when we will start.
Yes, we'll be back as they tell us. So again, the final score here in New Jersey: 3, Connecticut Orange 0, Connecticut Black, and BUPA Philly. Coming up next for Bob Roadtruck, I'm Ray Dunn here on BFA Live Sports.
Bob Rotruck along with Ray Dunn welcoming you back inside Schott Stadium in Dunmore, Pennsylvania on this very sunshiny Sunday afternoon it is now. It was morning when we started at 8 a.m., so we are deep into hour 4 of our baseball showcase event, our fall showcase presented by Baseball U with 9 teams, 10 games this weekend. This is game 8 and game 3 of the day. And 11 college coaches here representing various schools across the region or even a little outside the region looking for talent for their programs. Connecticut Black against Baseball U Philly Torresani is our matchup here today for our 12-20 game, 7 innings or 2 hours, 6 batter maximum per inning. So sometimes you can leave batters stranded on base when you haven't even gotten to your third out. And we have the reset rule after ball 4, and we will continue to explain as we go along. I believe that this pitcher is Grady Gollier, and it is. And his first pitch of the ball game goes all the way back to the backstop at 12:21 p.m. for game 3 out of 5 today. So Grady Gollier is a right-handed pitcher out of Fairfield High School, and a lot of these Connecticut kids are from the Fairfield area. Grounder to third. Catrigata is there. Throw is high. Did it bring him down in time? Yeah. Ben Sharico at first goes upstairs to get it. And Kevin Catrigata, the name of the third baseman with a good throwing arm, throws out Stradling to begin our game. Hey, and there's our cheeseburger and fries. I love it. So we're eating on the fly here, everyone. Jake Schilling is the batter. He's the left fielder for BU Philly Torresani, who lost yesterday to New Jersey 2-1, but everyone lost to New Jersey this weekend. And Schilling steps in, a Pennsbury High School product and a senior, so a 2021 class. And 5'11", he's a utility guy who pitches some as well, and he takes outside for a ball.
Talk about a weekend for New Jersey, 4-0. They get out of here before kickoff of the NFL games today. They can go sit back and relax, knowing that they had a good time here in Dunmore, PA. And
I beg your pardon, there are 2 Schillings, and this one is 20 Jake Schilling. I was talking about Eric Stradling, so Jake Schilling. Did I get that right? Yeah, okay.
Yes, you got it.
All right. Double checking, putting together lineups on the fly and trying to get our cuisine here between games too. I mean, we're here for 11 hours, got to eat. 2-1 on that pitch missing to Jake Schilling. Here is Grady Gollier, who will throw 2 innings today for Connecticut Black. And there's a fastball strike, 2-2. Connecticut Black looked good yesterday against Pennsylvania Telep, the Scranton team. Connecticut Black won yesterday 4-0 and banged out 6 base hits in the 7-inning game. 1 out, nobody on, 2-2, fouled away and shot it over to one of the hills, practically a mountain behind us over on the third base side. We're up here in the mountains of the Poconos and beautiful country in Dunmore, Pennsylvania at Schott Stadium. And terrific weather compared to what we have yesterday. It was supposed to be colder today, but it's actually warmer, partly because it's less windy too, and we actually have the sun coming through more consistently. Schilling took that fastball and it missed, so that actually I think reset it. I think we had a 3-2 count, and now we have reset for Jake Schilling of BU Torresani, and he rips it to left. Solidly struck, single to left for Schilling. And yesterday he went 1 for 2 with another single to left. So he's 2 for 3 on the weekend, which ain't half bad.
That was some good, hard-hit, solid contact. Something we were kind of lacking in the first 2 games. We didn't get it with consistency. New Jersey's bats woke up a bit in the second game, not a ton.
Yeah, a lot of the hits, I mean, were infield singles. Right. You know, a solid percentage of them were. Had a few hard outs. Alex Martin has a big cut and fouls it back. No balls and 1 strike. They've got a lot of Pennsbury High School kids on this BU Philly Torresani team, and he is another one. So Schilling out there at first and high school teammates with Alex Martin, and very obviously this showcase is, I mean, these types of travel teams and showcases, they're big deals for the kids anyway. when you didn't have a high school season to begin with,
Yeah.
this is humongous. This is vitally important because it's the only games that they get to play. They're not additional games. They're the only ones. There's a ball missing to Martin, 2-1.
And this summer, this delayed summer into fall season becomes even more essential when you talk about just growth as a player. Because you could do as much as you want while in quarantine. I don't care if you got the nicest batting cage in the world. You can't replicate that in-game experience.
Well, and I was talking about some of those Williamsport kids with the Phillies organization that I was with. They were working out at home all summer.
Yeah.
Now, some of them got to go to Lehigh Valley for their taxi squad, but not many.
No.
Here's a high fly into right field. That ball carrying. It's off the fence about 260 feet away. So Martin gives it a ride the other way, and he's in. Sliding with a double. Schilling had to kind of wait, to hesitate, make sure, and it's so close because it's only 260. So on a double, he's able to get up to third, but normally on a double, you think the runner is going to score. Well, that fence is only 260 feet, and it bounced right to the right fielder as well. Matt Spenner out there in right field played it very nicely and made sure that a run didn't score on that play. So Alex Martin blasted a double, and now a fastball sailed way high. Kind of slipped out of the hand a little bit there of Grady Gollier. That is ball one to John Pinciatti out of Council Rock South. Now let's see, Pinciatti's another senior as well. And he waved at it. Fastball kind of cutting away a little bit there too.
He looks every bit of his age. He's certainly one of the bigger guys we've seen so far today. At least for me, I don't know what you've seen all weekend, but for me today, Sundays.
Yeah. That fastball is inside, and ball two. Yeah, so you take your they decided he wanted to come out and settle him down and get him to find the strike zone here. Second and third with one out in the top of the first. Well, he brought it upstairs again.
And
he brings the gas.
The mental aspect of it can become a physical, actual mechanical problem. If he's trying to throw hard, trying to put it past players, runs, and that can change the way you release it, change the way you go through, speed up your just delivery, which can throw off time.
Well, he brought that one down, and it was fouled away. He's throwing in the low 80s, so. High ball into left field. Now tagging up from third is Schilling. He's going to fly to left for John Pinciatti. And it is a 1-0 lead for BU Philly Torresana.
Playing his second straight game over there at short. Good job cutting that one off.
So Matthew Edwards is
something I think underrated of the advance to third on that pitch. You know, where are they working out outside of school? Because at school, right? Horrible nature of the disease and what it's
Well,
done.
they're getting to play games this weekend. They've had a couple other showcase events, and it feels normal, which is
Right.
pandemic. Edwards on a swing and a foul tip into the glove of the catcher Cantolini. That's good work for the catcher to hang on. Grady Gollier gets a strikeout, and Philly Torresani scores in the top of the first. 1 run on 2 hits, and 1 runner left on base. Half an inning here through game 3. Philly Torresani 1. Connecticut Black, led by head coach Pat Vigilio, is coming to bat on BFA Live Sports. So here's Callan Fang for Baseball U Philly, who is serving as the home team here in Game 3. 7 innings or 2 hours. There's a ball to Pierce Cole. Breaking ball. He tried to bend back in, but Cole's ducked out of the way, and it didn't have quite enough hook to get back in there. 1 ball and 1 strike to Coles, and a fastball is low and away. 4-2. Callan Fang, he's another Pennsbury High School product. They have, 5 of them on this team. 6'3" tall, right-handed pitcher, and he's a senior, class of 2022, so he's a junior, I beg your pardon. I think that's a fastball, missing a little low and away. Hey, when you have a pitcher, if he's not putting it in the dirt, if you keep it low, you miss low, that's okay.
Yeah.
Missing it high, then you start to get concerned. Missing it low, all right, you can bring it up a little bit, and then you throw a pitch at the knees all the time, you're going to have a lot of success. There's a cut and a miss, and it's a full count.
Miss low, don't miss high. Whatever you're trying to do. They're not doing much anything in the dirt.
Pierce Coles is a righty batter out of Fairfield Prep in Fairfield, Connecticut. And he takes ball 4, which will be ball 2, because after ball 4, we reset the walk. Now, if he gets to ball 4 again, then he goes and takes his base. But this is an opportunity for him to get his cuts and show off his abilities in front of all the college coaches, 11 of them here. So they want to see him swing the bat. And we have all fastballs here now as well. That's the rule. And we actually had to explain that yesterday to the Connecticut teams once we got to Game 3, because we got to a reset to a 2-ball count. And then the pitcher threw a changeup but didn't know he was supposed to throw fastballs. There's a swing and a miss and a strikeout, a fastball from Callan Fang. And, I mean, I think throwing it pretty hard here is John Heitzman. Will step in, a lefty batting center fielder. One out in the bottom of the first. BU Philly Torresani on the board in the top of the first on that sac fly and a 1-0 lead. Here's a pop back, foul left field corner and sailing out of here. We're a little delayed on our video feed, so we basically get it on a replay. And so now we just saw it, and that strikeout swinging on the fastball from Callan Fang checked in an 85. I know you saw, everyone else saw it, 20 seconds ago on where from where I'm talking now, but I'm just eyeballing it going, that looks like he's got a pretty good fastball. And now we have the confirmation, and not only 85 at the knees on the outside corner. My goodness, that's pretty good stuff.
That is some good stuff. Getting to the batter right here, Heitzman. I actually saw him earlier this summer in Du Bois, Pennsylvania, part of different BFA Live Sports production, as he slaps this one in for a single.
Yeah, he hits it the opposite way there, and a single to left. And that Du Bois tournament in Du Bois, Pennsylvania, I mean, that's 3 hours or so from here to the west past State College. That was almost more of an all-star tournament. That wasn't just the baseball U kids, right? So they had even more legit talent. So the fact that he was invited to that is a testament to his abilities.
He performed the 2 games I saw him, 2 for 5 with a walk and an RBI. So he had himself quite the time up there.
Maiko Cardona, number 34, and he's a big, stocky, right-handed batter, and he shoots it foul out of play. Now here's another one, listed at 6'1", and I wonder if he's maybe had an inch since then, grown. I mean, we're sitting down at, ground level, so maybe that's a little deceiving too. But some of these kids, when I see him at 6 feet, I'm like, wow, is that 6 feet? He looks bigger than 6 feet to me. There's a ball to Cardona. 1 ball and 1 strike. Runner at first is John Heitzman for a Connecticut Black team that won 4-0 yesterday against a Philly Torresani team that lost 2-1 and only had 2 hits yesterday, but they've already scored 1 run here today against the Connecticut Black pitcher Grady Gollier. We call them Connecticut Black even though they're wearing white and orange jerseys. Check swing, he goes around, a throw down to second with the runner going, and they got him down there. And a good throw.
Almost.
From the catcher there to get him on almost kind of a delayed steal. Maybe he thought that was going to bounce through. So is that a strike him out, throw him out? That was a 1-2 pitch.
Yeah.
Okay, so strike him out, throw him out. And a caught stealing 2-4. And down goes Connecticut Black here in the first. No runs on 1 hit. And nobody left on base at the end of 1. BU Philly Torresani 1. Connecticut Black 0 on BFA Live Sports. And for the second inning here in Game 3 from Short Stadium in Dunmore, Pennsylvania, alongside Ray Dunn, I'm Bob Rotruck. We've had a lot of feedback from the parents sitting close to us all weekend long, a lot of the New Jersey parents who traveled for this event, and getting a lot of positive feedback here on our broadcast of this showcase event. They're proud to see their kids getting a chance to do well in a broadcast type of situation. Callan Fang is the pitcher, and now he's batting, and he fouled it off. 1 ball and 1 strike for the big lefty batter against Grady Gollier. Oh, man, he ripped it. He turned on it, but he yanked it foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Callan Fang. There's my Connecticut score sheet from yesterday. And here he shot it foul.
Way to stay back on that. He realized that it was a breaking pitch, realized that he was way out in front of it, kept his bat back, and just lined it right foul down the, far down the left field side.
Out of the stretch with nobody on is Gollier for Connecticut Black, and he throws high to Philly Torresani's Callan Fang, 1-2. He ripped a liner and was robbed of a base hit yesterday. Is 0 for 3 on the weekend, but really should be 1 for 3. And I cannot remember the second baseman for New Jersey that made that great play. Spatola, maybe? Geez. It's all running together. You know, it's 8 games, everyone. Here's a fastball that works a little wide on Callan Fang.
The important part of that is his expected batting average would be higher than an 0 for 3.
He is a junior at Pennsbury High, and he's 6'3". He's a big kid. And here's a high pop to left field. Matt Vavona is having a tough time with it. Boy, he stays with that and makes a catch, a long run over there to the left field corner for Matt Vavona in left field. It's a nice catch on a tricky play. Wind pushing it around a little bit too, perhaps.
Yeah, the wind's been swirling a bit here. Felt it coming in from behind us, then it was coming in towards us.
Yeah, there's a flagpole over there in the right field corner, and it's blowing straight at us, straight in from right, really. Jimmy Tooley backed off. Look out, lefty batter and chin music, ducking out of the way. Got away from Grady Gollier, and ball 1.
Yeah, that shift happened in the last, 30 minutes or so, where it's now coming right at us.
There's ball 2 to Tooley. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the Hatboro Horsham product, Jimmy Tooley. That is high. Ball 3. Grady Gollier is popping that glove with his fastballs as well. He's missing, but
you like the sound of it.
Yeah, well, that last one was 78. This one he did not pop the glove because he took a little off of that one and it dropped out on Tooley. Gollier might have kind of deked him out a little with his arm action. 3-1. That is high, way high. I mean, over his head. And you're talking a batter of Tooley who's 6 feet tall. And so that is ball 4. So we reset to ball 2. And so it is a 2-1 count. He's mostly touching the high 70s, I guess, is Gollier. There's a swing and a miss. All fastballs is the rule now after we have the reset following the ball 4. Give the batter a chance to put it into play. And there's a foul back.
And you see, when he slows down his delivery there, he's been so trying to get it. It almost seems like he's rushing his delivery to the plate. He's trying so hard to throw fast, hit that time. He slowed it down there, and he had great control. So it's finding that consistency.
That was a little bit of a riser, I feel like. Tooley got under it, tipped it, fouled it back to the backstop fence. I looked at some of the archive videos yesterday just to see how it looked and how it sounded. We didn't get a great look at it when we were doing it live. It was amazing to see from the morning to the afternoon to the evening. The sun is behind the plate to start. It's setting the other way by the end, and it all goes from first over to third, I guess, is how it went. There is strike 3 called.
We are quite literally going from sunrise to sunset.
It's amazing. I've never done it before. All right, so there's a strike 3 on the outside corner that caught Tooley looking. And 2 strikeouts now for Grady Gollier. 1-0 for BU Philly Torresani is our score in the top of the 2nd inning. Blake Silber is batting and taking outside for ball 1. Silber out of Council Rock North, and a 5-foot 10-inch tall right-handed batting senior, class of 2021. Big cut and a miss. Kind of jammed him on the hands there.
Yeah, he pulled his entire body out of that. When he finished his swing, he was staring at the left field fence, and his body was wide open. He was trying to do a lot with that.
And he rips it back up the middle. Nice backhand pick at second base on 1 hop by Brett Davino. And he squares himself and throws him out at first base. Blake Silber hit it hard, but the second baseman nicely backhanding the 1-hopper. And down goes Philly Torresani. 1-2-3 in the 2nd inning. Middle of 2, it's BU Philly 1, Connecticut Black 0 on BFA Live Sports. Callan Fang had a couple of strikeouts for BU Philly in the bottom of the 1st. Now we go to the bottom of the 2nd. Brett Davino made that nice backhand pick on the sharply hit 1-hopper an inning ago. Takes a strike from Callan Fang at a Pennsbury high. No balls, 1 strike. Here's a ground ball to second, kind of circling around that to get it and throw him out there for the first out in the bottom of the 2nd. That's Alex Martin over there at second base for BU Philly.
Davino made that close to first, much closer than I thought it would be.
You better be hustling out of the box. At this level, especially with these coaches, I promise you, baseball U coaches are not going to stand for kids that are jogging to first.
I'm just saying the sprint speed on him was something. I mean, yeah, the player's been moving out of the box, which is, as you said, very much important. You've got to do it. If you're not at this level, especially in this atmosphere, I don't know where else you're going to do it.
Right.
But yeah, the sprint speed for him there was impressive.
Alberto Cantolini taking a ball outside. And so 1 ball and 1 strike. Northwestern Regional High. And a right-handed batter and 5'10", and a junior, class of 2022. So a lot of 16-year-olds primarily, some 17-year-olds among the seniors, and some 15-year-olds. 16 is roughly the average age for these kids, many of whom will be playing college ball at 18 and 19 years old in a couple of years. Cantolini fouled that last one away, 1-2. Next pitch. Oh, good pitch, Callan Fang. He knows how to pitch. That's a good pitch. And Cantolini chased one that might have been ball 2, but my goodness, it looked like a strike at about 55 feet, right? So at 60 feet it wasn't. What can you do?
Yeah, that was just masterfully put. That was a really, really good pitch there by Fang. Like you said, the placement of it was just wonderful, and it dropped out of the zone.
Kevin Catragata, who has a tremendous throwing arm from third, and also belted a 2-run triple off the fence in left in yesterday's game. And I mean, he crushed it, did Catragata. And here's Callan Fang delivering and missing high for a ball. And our video, actually, we had a couple glitches yesterday. And it glitched out when Catragata hit the triple. So his family didn't get a chance to see it, a crying shame. He takes a ball, and I think it's now 2-1 out of Trumbull.
So it happened to be we had similar issues up at Du Bois, and we missed a home run in one of the first or second bat of the game. His dad comes in, asks us about it, like, sorry, we didn't get it. Kid's next at bat hits another home run.
Well, here's the thing, and I didn't tell Catragata this, but, okay, let's hit another one.
Yeah.
It won't look. Yeah, it feels like, oh, you missed it, and I had a good play. You got a long high school and hopefully college career ahead of you. You got a lot of chances, and he fouled that one off, so it's a full count. It was the moment of the day when he hit that 2-run triple because he was pumped for his team, and he slides in at third and comes up and he does a He-Man flex to his buddies in the dugout there. There's a check swing, and, well, he went around on a high fastball. Well, Callan Fang's got some really, really good stuff, and I keep saying this, but, he's one of the best pitchers we've seen this week, and I feel like we got about 5 or 6 guys that I've said he's one of the best guys, but we've seen some really good talent. He put him away in order, and he got Callan Fang. I'm going to call that swinging. I think he kind of went around on that fastball. And so down goes Connecticut Black in the second. We're at the end of 2. It is 1-0. BU Philly leads BU Connecticut Black on BFA Live Sports. Onward we go to the third, and I think we have a new pitcher for Connecticut Black, and I was trying to scarf down my burger a little bit. Is this still Gollier? No, this is Andrew Castelluccio. And here's a rip to left for Joe Limongelli. Castelluccio to Limongelli. Those are good names. I love it. And a single to left for Limongelli off of Castelluccio to start off the third inning. So Grady Gollier threw 2 innings. And he got behind in the count, and they had to chat with him and try to get him on track a little bit. And then he had a 1, 2, 3 seconds. So you want to talk about bouncing back and making the most of his very limited 2-inning appearance and opportunity today as Eric Stradling takes ball 1.
I mean, given the command issues and the fact that it was second and third with an out.
That got the umpire. I got through the catcher, and Limongelli will go up to second on a passed ball, and our umpire got stung a little bit there. It's 2-0. Ouch. You okay? Okay. He got hit about 2 or 3 times yesterday, too. That one's okay.
Yeah.
If he says he's up, the catcher wanted to go out. The umpire was telling Cannellini, stay here, don't worry about it. And the catcher said, no, take a second to breathe.
With the new pitcher in, going to the stretch almost immediately. The first pitch taken to left field. Now you got a runner in scoring position. It's a quick, jarring change in the situation when you're brought in. So probably good to talk that one over as they turn over the lineup to the top.
2-0 to Eric Stradling, a ground out to third in the first inning, and a high pop is fouled backwards. Oh, where did that hit?
That hit the tree, hit a rock.
Oh, I see it. Okay. I was looking over at the house over here. I'm worried about the people that live in that house, directly, practically above us and behind us.
You are so kind because I'm just looking at the poles and the trees behind us and waiting for a ricochet towards
Oh,
us.
yeah, totally.
You're concerned about everyone else. I'm concerned about myself.
Here's a grounder back up the middle. Diving stop at second. Davino has it. Throws to first. Got him. Oh, my goodness. That's a nice play by Brett Davino, diving for a comebacker up the middle, practically on the bag at second, and able to set his feet and throw back to his left all the way back to first. I mean, moving to left and throwing to first, that's one thing. Moving to right, throwing backwards, as he had to do there. Terrific play on that ground out for Stradling. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was wonderful. Lehman Jelly up to third on the ground out. Jake Schilling, who takes a ball, I believe, and singled to left in the first and scored a run. Fastball, strike. So Schilling steps out and a one-out runner at third for Baseball U Philly Torresani. 1 ball, 1 strike. That pitch skipped up there. Nice block, Cannellini. I mean, this is with a runner at third now. So we've seen some good action from the catchers before, but when you have it with a runner at second or at third and you're keeping that runner from coming in, if that gets past him, that might be a run. And so it's ball 2. Here's a high pop. Shallow right. Davino, second baseman, back. Right fielder is in. Spenner. Oh, they're going to try it. And he got halfway there. And now running back to third. Here's the throw to third. He's out. Well, he changed his mind. Lehman Jelly came he came halfway down. He was 45 feet down, and he saw that the throw home from the right fielder, Spenner, was good, so he got caught in a sort of pseudo rundown, but he really tried to scramble back to third. He is out 9-2-5 on what is a fly ball double play off the bat of Jake Schilling. No runs, 1 hit, nobody left on base. Middle of the third, it is Baseball U Philly 1, Baseball U Connecticut Black nothing on BFA Live Sports. Callan Fang has 4 strikeouts, looks terrific in his 2 innings of work, and he's on for a third. And facing Michael Coyne. Fang, the pitcher for Baseball U Philly, led by head coach Brian Torresani. And Pat Vigilio, the head coach for Baseball U Connecticut. They brought in 2 teams, so we call them Connecticut Orange, Connecticut Black. And strike there at a Coyne, right? He was showing bunt, and it's 0-1.
Neither one wearing the color of their name, but
right, yeah.
I digress.
Everyone's got orange here, which is very confusing. There's a strike to Coyne, and it's 0-2. We had about 5 different things going on that double play, with the runner getting kind of caught halfway down Lehman Jelly before deciding to go back. But he was kind of doing it non-committally.
Yeah.
He maybe could have made it back if he just goes straight back because he made it very close with all of that hesitation.
And it was kind of a war of attrition between the catcher and him at first.
Yes.
It was who's going to make the first move here.
All right, using the wood bat, Michael Coyne smacked it over to right. They're going to try to get him at first. We had one of those yesterday, too, lest we forget. Coyne beats it out for a single. You better be hustling on the turf field. And it's only 260 feet to right for crying out loud, so it's not like the right fielder is playing that far away. We had a 9-3 out, a guy that, I mean, when you hit it through the right side, you got a single.
Right.
That's what you think. There's probably a hesitation there, okay, but here, yeah, those right field and the right fielders are thinking it every time. Every single time there's a ball that's hit to them, if I charge in, maybe I can get them at first, and they want to do it every time.
I always thought that. That was always my gut instinct.
At this level of first, right? At this level of baseball, especially, but now even more so. Turf field, 260 feet to right. I mean, you've got all the different elements in there. Well, he beat it out, and there's a ball to Vavona, 1-0, and now you get even more situations sort of similar like that with all the overshift stuff. And I don't know how much they're doing that in high school or even in college ball, but I can tell you from experience with it last year, they're doing it in the minor leagues. And because if you make it to the majors, that's what you're going to do. Right. So it's an organizational philosophy. There's Vavona taking ball 2. And that's part of where these guys as well, if you're an infielder, you better be able to play the different positions because you have to know those different angles. If you're a shortstop, at some point you're going to be overshifted and rotated over to the other side, not just at some point, at multiple points. Right. And there's a – I think that was missing. Oh, I beg your pardon. That caught the corner for a strike. 2-1. Third baseman, you're going to rotate over and play in shallow right field in some overshift situations. And so that kind of reminds me, because I saw a couple of guys playing in shallow right on overshifts on what would have been a base hit, and instead it's to basically your second right fielder who's playing out there.
And I don't think it's catching on as much at the high school age, even though they should practice it just because of the big data kind of availability in that respect. But you're absolutely right. Everyone should have a choice. This one's grounded.
Short to second, and he beat it out at first. So fairly close play there at second base on a hard slide into the second baseman, Alex Martin. He got that back over to first and made it interesting. So Matt Vavona reaches on a fielder's choice. He's hustling and beats out what would have been a double play on a nice turn there by Martin at second. Michael Coyne is forced out at second base. And now it's 1 out in the first for Christian Smith. And that is a fastball strike at the knees, outside corner again. We've said that a few times for Callan Fang. I mean, he's got some good command. This might be the last we see of him here in his third inning. But I think he's got terrific stuff.
I'm petitioning for a fourth. I want to watch some more.
Christian Smith out of Fairfield Ludlow. He takes a fastball. That's just above the knees. And it's 0-2. I mean, you throw fastball knee high, knee high, knee high over and over again. Even if you know it's coming, it's going to be hard to hit it. And these college coaches have to love the promise of this guy on the mound. He threw it knee high again. The runner goes, throw down to second is not going to get him. Well, they might want Fang's motion to the plate to be a little faster, his step to the plate, because Vavona had a huge jump on him there. Let's not quibble. He's pitching very well. It's a stolen base for Vavona. It's 1-2 to Christian Smith, Jr. out of Fairfield Ludlow High School. Breaking ball, missing low, ball 2. I'm so impressed with some of these teams and the parents and the families and the players. I mean, this is dedication. Take an entire weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, you could be hanging at home watching football on the tube with your buddies, and instead you're coming all the way down to play baseball, and some of them are doing it year-round. I mean, tournaments in Florida in January and the whole bit. 2-2, and a high pop is fouled away.
And that gets back to the point of what we were talking about, if you stuck with us through all these broadcasts so far earlier, about these cold weather, areas with talent. You got to play somewhere. And if you're not playing year-round, you are missing out on some of what, people in Florida, people in Georgia, those hotbeds of talent are doing. So it's systems like Baseball U that innovate and find a way to keep these guys playing.
Smith swung at a changeup there, so there's Fang pulling the string. And I've loved his fastballs at the knees and locating him some on the outside corner. And there you get in the batter's head, and he's fastball, fastball, fastball. And I'm ready for it. It's 2 strikes, and just yank the string on him. 5 strikeouts now for Callan Fang. And there's a big cut and a miss for Matt Spenner. That was 74 on that changeup on the strikeout there of Christian Smith. So he didn't take that much off, but enough where he was way out in front. Because you're jumpy, because, the fastball is good. And he topped that one. I thought he hit it off his foot.
So did I.
Okay, I'm not the only one. And it's charging in. The shortstop got it. Now they got another guy caught in a rundown. What's going on here? First baseman throws to third, the catcher, and we're going to go back and forth. So 3 to 5 to 2. This might be the shortstop. And then a tag there. They finally got the out. 3 to 5 to 2 to 6 to. Is that the first baseman that tagged him? Did he come all the way across?
I think he came all the way across.
That's because I got 49. 3 to 5 to 2 to 6 to 3 is what I think that is when Vivona took the wide turn. Something like that. On a situation like this, normally I would go to the official score and say, what did you have on that? We don't have one, so it's up to us.
I'm just going to applaud you for that one.
I'm close enough. Spenner is out 6-3 on a ball that we thought hit off his foot. He wasn't asking about it, and so, he booked it down the line.
He ends up safe on that one. We had 2 outs in that situation. The runner didn't realize there were 2 outs. The runner thought the inning was over and was starting to jog towards the dugout and gets himself stuck in that rundown kind of unwittingly to him.
That's why he got stuck. So Spenner was safe, and the runner Vivona out of the rundown thinking they got the final out on what I thought was a foul ball. Okay.
What a play.
Yeah, that was confusing.
Let's take a couple minutes and breathe.
Every day in baseball, something very confusing will happen. And we go to the 4th, everybody. It is Baseball U Philly 1, Baseball U Connecticut Black nothing on BFA Live Sports. Well, both teams have had runners that have gotten themselves caught in rundowns between third and home, and in consecutive innings, too. Here's Alex Martin for Philly Torresani, and he takes ball 1 from Andrew Castelluccio. And this should be his last inning, and we have another pitcher scheduled for the 5th on their rotation. The coaches are generous in letting us know what their planned rotation is going to be, and they post it up on their dugout. And there's a 2-0 and a big cut and a miss on a fastball to Alex Martin, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. So Castelluccio topping out around the low 80s here. And a bouncing ball up the middle, tough play. Davino made a nice play earlier, and makes an okay play here, but not in time to get Alex Martin hustling down the line for an infield single.
Now I'm going to nitpick here. On that one, you need communication between the middle infielders.
Shortstop could have taken it.
Second baseman running the opposite way. You need the shortstop to come and call that one off.
They're talking about it right now.
That's good.
Yeah.
At least the post communication, because your baseball careers go on beyond that one play. But
they're still talking about it, and they're kind of joking, and Davino knows he goofed it.
Yeah.
You know what? I mean, he's I probably should have let you take it. I didn't know you were there. That type of thing. Here's a high fly to left field, blasted out there by Pinciotti, carrying all the way out, and it's up against the fence. Alex Martin is rounding third. He's going to come in and score without a play on an RBI double to left for John Pinciotti after he had a sac fly to left in the first inning. Here he hits it a little bit deeper and has both RBIs for Baseball U Philly, who now leads 2-0.
That's just a fantastic piece of hitting. It's real solid contact, pulls that one really nicely. And, you saw it at the first AB. He did what he had to do. This time he actually gets a chance. He barrels it. The first time he just kind of flew it out there to left, and that's the result. Big, good, strong hitter, and 2 RBIs on the day.
They're having a meeting on the mound here for their coach, Patrick Vigilio, and wants to chat with Andrew Castelluccio on the mound. Now, Alex Martin, who beat out that infield single, he was off on contact. He recognized it right away. I mean, he not only scored all the way from first on the double, they didn't have a chance of getting him at all. It was, I mean, not even a close play because he recognized that ball is crushed. I'm going. Let's go. And once he gets around second, look, if there's a great catch out there, okay, I'm going to have to double back, touch second on my way back, and I still got time to make it back because it's out to left field.
Right.
You know, that's the difference. 1-0 to Matthew Edwards, who swung and missed there. 1 ball, 1 strike out of Neshaminy High School. Struck out swinging in the first did Edwards. And had a double yesterday, so he's 1 for 3 this weekend and a mile-high pop-up. Shortstop is Davino, actually, now. It was Coin before, but I think that's Davino, who handles that for the first out in the top of the 4th. Baseball U Philly Torresani, 2 runs on 5 hits. Connecticut Black, no runs on 3 hits. And no errors in this game, right? Yeah. Some weird base running, but no errors. Yeah. There's Callan Fang.
It's been interesting, but
Fang takes a ball, and well, I'd love to see what he can do at the plate, but I definitely am enjoying watching him on the mound. And his fastballs at the knees, you know, repeatedly. Ball 2 to Fang. Runner at second is Pinciati. You can kind of see him leading away there. And that one is in the dirt. And there is Fang holding up his hand for the runner Pinciati. You know, reference communication.
Yep.
Let your runner know, hey, it's right here. Just don't worry about it. Stay where you are.
And again, little things. As a team, obviously these aren't.
He crushed it to right field. Matt Spenner looking up. See ya! Callan Fang blasted over the fence and right for our second home run of the weekend. Callan Fang, who has wrapped up 5 strikeouts in 3 innings as the pitcher, crushes a 2-run homer to right field. Oh, my. And a no-doubter, too.
Have a day. Have a day for him. Great job on the mound and absolutely crushing that ball. I think everyone, even the right fielder giving chase, was kind of aware of where that one was ending up.
And, yes, it's a shorter porch, but that's a higher fence, and I think that's gone on a deeper fence as well.
Big time.
You know. You'd have to have a pretty big ballpark to keep that one in. He got it.
This is where I wish we had a StatCast from the MLB. I'd love to see where that was, how far that one was going out.
Yeah. Well, and they, you know, and here's Jimmy Tooley taking in the dirt, ball 1. You know, they have the mechanics there for the exit velocity. It's pricey equipment, but they have that in the minor leagues too.
Yeah.
And we, you know, when I was with Williamsport, I talked about this yesterday with Chris. Tooley taking, I think, a strike, 1-1, and big cut and a miss. Pulling the string on him there was Castelluccio, and it's 1-2. Oh, is that strike 3? It is, and they throw him out. Beg your pardon. So, strike 3, it got away from the catcher, and he throws him out at first. For the second out here in the 4th, they set up the TrackMan device. Just put it right there in front of the plate during batting practice. The video coach is there holding on to a tablet at the cage. The guys know what their exit velocity is in batting practice. They can come out of a round, come back, say, what did I, you know, oh, you topped out at 94 or whatever, or a guy hits a home run, then everybody wants to know. They have a kid named Kendall Simmons who is hitting a lot of home runs, a 9th rounder, I believe, with the Phillies, and good-looking player. And he crushed a few 105s. Oh. And so, I mean, when you see it, you go, and then after a little while, you get pretty good at guessing. 103, you know, everyone's kind of making guesses. You can tell what a 100 is and a 95 is. After you've been there and seen enough of them, and you don't have to see many, now you got a pretty good idea. That one bounced away. And so they have some of that occasionally on some of these perfect game events, and it's incredible that we can see exit velocity and pitch rotation, you know, the 1,800 rotations on the curveballs. And the spin rate. Yeah. Thank you for that. That's how far behind I am on the analytics. I can't remember the phrase, but I know it's a thing. Here's a big cut and a miss on a fastball, and that is strike 3. So Blake Silber goes down. Back-to-back strikeouts for Castelluccio, bouncing back after giving up the bomb. But Callan Fang got every last bit of that, and a 2-run homer. For Baseball U Philly, they scored 3 runs on 3 hits, including the 2-run homer for Callan Fang. And in the middle of the 4th inning, It is Baseball U Philly 4, Connecticut Black nothing on BFA Live Sports. Callan Fang departs the pitching spot anyway. He moves over to first base now after that 2-run homer while firing in 5 strikeouts as the pitcher as well in his 3 innings. And Jimmy Tooley takes over in the bottom of the 4th for Baseball U Philly. Connecticut Black has put a couple base runners on, have 3 singles, a couple of strikeouts, one that was a strike him out, throw him out double play in the first. And here's Pierce Cowles, who also struck out against Callan Fang in the first inning. 4-0 for Baseball U Philly. Strike called to Cowles from Jimmy Tooley, left-hander out of Hatboro Horsham. Oh, I'm sorry. Going back to the bottom of the lineup. Thank you. Chirico is the batter. Ben Chirico. And he waved at it, and it's 0-2. So Ben Chirico for Connecticut Black out of Ridgefield. And Finn Popkin on deck.
I got him listed.
Because, I got 12 batters here on the lineup, so I'm going past all the allotted lines, and it's instinctive to go back to the top.
Yeah.
So I goofed it. Here is Chirico, 0-2, and a quick little meeting there with his catcher for Jimmy Tooley.
I got him listed at 6'4". I believe it.
Yeah, he's got some big boys here. Swing and a miss. Tooley challenged him low and in. Good breaking ball. Chirico strikes out to Jimmy Tooley. 1 out in the bottom of the 4th. Now Finn Popkin, who struck out a couple times yesterday, is 0-2. So they're allowed to have more than 9 batters in the lineup. We just call them extra hitters. And we've seen as many as 14 in the lineup that Baseball U New Jersey had yesterday. Popkin chased a high fastball, 0-1. Finn Popkin out of Staples, Connecticut. Listed at 5'9".
Gonna doubt that.
Maybe a little bigger?
Yeah, a little taller.
There's a ball, 1-1. See, now on the video, doesn't look that tall. To us in person from behind here, sitting at the ground level, he looks taller than what he does on the video. And here he strikes out swinging. So that wasn't a ball on the previous pitch. I beg your pardon. And that's 2 strikeouts very quickly for Jimmy Tooley. And now we really do have Pierce Cowles, as I had erroneously stated earlier.
Tooley's just pounding the zone.
Yes.
He's coming out.
That's
here.
6 straight strikes, isn't it? Yes. And not that one, though. He bounced it up there.
That's my fault. I apologize, Jimmy.
1 ball and no strikes to Pierce Cowles out of Fairfield Prep, 5' 8" tall right-handed batter. And he steps out, and now a fastball sailed away on Jimmy Tooley. 1 ball, 1 strike here in game 8 out of 10 of our baseball fall showcase event at Schott Stadium in Dunmore, Pennsylvania. Fastball just a little tight. Pretty good pitch and just missed. 2 balls and 1 strike to Pierce Cowles. 3-0, I beg your pardon. That first pitch was a ball. 3-0. That is low for ball 4, and so we reset the count to 2-0.
Yeah, this is all my fault.
Yeah, he had all the strikes before, and now 4 balls in a row.
That one's on me.
And the lefty Thule out of the stretch with nobody on base. He's got the tall orange socks up to his knees and the red shoes. And that one got the umpire in the mask. Ow. So we'll pause a little bit while he kind of catches himself. Man, over and over.
Yeah.
If you're a home plate umpire, I mean, that's, especially if you're doing, and he's not doing all 10 games behind the dish, but he's done most of them. It's just a bunch of ouchies there. It really is.
That one's, again, grateful I have the fence in front of me.
Yes. Well, you're grateful to have the mask as well.
Yeah.
But it still hurts. like a lot.
No. I mean, for me personally, sitting here,
But I'm talking about what those guys go through. Some people think, oh, they got the helmet, they got the mask, they're fine. No, that hits you in the mask, and that clears out the cobwebs significantly.
That statement only comes from a person who has never experienced that at all.
Right. That missed for ball 3 after we had the reset. So now it's 2-1. 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Again, once you reset the count, after you get to ball 4, you reset the count. It's all fastballs. So we got a good look at Jimmy Thule's velocity here because he's not allowed to take anything off of it now. And he threw that last one at 79. And ball 4. So now that truly is a walk after we had it reset from the first ball 4. The second ball 4, he does take his base. So you give him the extra chances and the extra fastballs to try to showcase his talents for the college coaches, but once you get to ball 4 again, you say, okay, let's move on. Go ahead and take your base. We got to keep it moving too. 6 batters maximum each inning as well, which is a rule that we really haven't run into a whole lot this weekend. But you're not going to have any big rallies. We had it happen a couple times where you had 6 batters, you had runners on base, only 2 outs, but okay, that's the 6 batter max, so that's it. John Heitzman takes a ball. Julie slide step forward for a strike, 1-1.
You'd have to have a seriously amazing inning to get 5 or 6 runs in an inning. Like, you really have to just.
Well, the 6th guy has to hit a home run.
Right, exactly.
Pickoff throw to first. They had him leaning, and he got back in. Yeah, Cowles got back in there, and everybody from the Connecticut dugout was screaming at him, get back, don't go anywhere. He's their leadoff guy, so one assumes pretty fast kid, too. Yeah, he's got a healthy lead there, too. On the outside corner to the lefty batting Heitzman, 1-2 in this lefty-lefty matchup. I'm telling you, Jimmy Thule, the orange socks up to his knees and the red shoes, Wizard of Oz or what's going on. I love it. That's a bold-fashioned statement for this tall left-hander for Baseball U Philly, Jimmy Thule.
And listen, look good, play good, feel good, all those things. If he likes the way it looks, roll with it.
That pitch missed to Heitzman.
I'm curious, are you a socks to the knees or long pants?
I wore them high.
All right. Good to hear.
Thule is listed at 6 feet tall. I think he looks taller than what he is because he's so skinny. 6 feet and 145 pounds.
Yep.
Eat a hamburger, Jimmy Thule. He's rail.
I'm not coming after Jimmy because that's about the measurements that I'm at. So
a little more muscle, I think, and I could, or maybe not. I mean, lean is good too.
The velo would go up with some more.
There's a foul back by Heitzman. I mean, in the legs especially. You need the muscle there, and that's where you get the power from. And hey, he's got some nice long limbs here as a left-hander, so you've got the potential there.
You've got the frame. Just
build it out. I think absolutely. 2-2. And it's lined into left field. There is a base hit for John Heitzman. That's a good piece of hitting. I mean, he takes an outside pitch, smacked it the opposite way and knocks it through to left for a single.
It was a really, really good piece hitting. Kept his bat back, saw it, worked with the pitch he was given. He wasn't trying to pull it. It's 2-strike hitting. It's really, really good work. That's textbook for him.
Michael Cardona now.
A little 2-out rally.
Yeah, well, trying anyway. He struck out swinging in the first. He had an RBI double down the left field line in the first, and here he rips it into left. Rounding third is Cowles. They're going to hold him up there. We're not going to have our third run down between third and home. And if he had tried it, I think that would have been the result. So Cowles stays there on a single to left for Michael Cardona. So let's see. Cardona is, I think, 2 for 4, 2 for 5 on the weekend. Had an RBI double yesterday and solidly struck single. Nothing cheap about that. It wasn't a little flare or anything. He hit it hard. Bases loaded, 2 outs for Brett Davino and a strike outside corner. Davino, a ground out in the second inning, is 0 for 1. Yesterday he was 2 for 2 with a couple runs scored. And a ground ball to shortstop, and I don't think it's going to beat this out. Oh, it's close. Oh, they got him. Boy, oh boy, he was hustling hard, wanted to beat that out. He's a second baseman, so one assumes he has some speed. They got him on the ground out to shortstop, and the Connecticut Black team in the 4th inning leaves them loaded. No runs, 2 hits, 1 walk, 3 runners left on base here in our Baseball Fall Showcase from Dunmore, Pennsylvania. We're through 4 in Game 3. And it's Baseball U Philly 4, Baseball U Connecticut Black nothing on BFA Live Sports. Fifth inning, new pitcher for Connecticut Black is Andrew Cavini. I feel like we saw him yesterday on the mound, too. He might be the first guy that we've seen pitch in consecutive days, but my score sheets are so messy, I don't think I get to tell you for sure. I'm going off of memory. And maybe not. I mean, I saw him in the field, of course. Cavini fires in a strike to Joe Limongelli for Baseball U Philly, leading 4-0. And it's no balls and 1 strike. 4-0, and we're in the 5th. And some of these kids who have performed at the Perfect Game events in front of all the scouts there. There's a foul off by Limongelli, 0-2. The scouting reports on the Perfect Game website or on PBR, the Prep Baseball Report website. I mean, they've got all the details on these high school players. It's incredible. I love the scouting language. We talked about this some yesterday. Primarily a left-handed pitcher, elongated rocker step, back to balance. I mean, you know, all these things that I sort of kind of understand. Ball 1 to Limongelli. Let's see, ran 40-yard dash in 5.2. Smoothness through delivery. I told you they like the word smooth. Especially on pitchers, but middle infielders is what I was talking about it in reference to that phrase a couple games ago. About 5 hours ago, fouled away by Limongelli, 1-2.
Just, 4.5 hours.
That's right. Limongelli, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Smoothness through delivery. High front side. Fastball worked 74 to 76 with command to both sides. I like reading this because it's not just info for me. This is what these coaches are looking for and looking at as well. And you better believe that they've read his report
yes.
on the Perfect Game site. And this kid himself, Andrew Cavini, has read his own report. He knows what they're saying about him. It's right here on the internet. Lehman Jelly takes ball 2. I mean, these kids have read their perfect.
You have to.
Now, not everyone has reports on
Right.
perfect games. It depends on whether you've participated in the right tournaments or not. Lehman Jelly takes outside ball 3. But they have him 74-76. Hits from slightly closed stance, loads back deep, hands preloaded and cocked, strength present, through 74 across the diamond also. So they've got his velo across the diamond
Position
for
velo.
a high school kid.
But
it lists him here as a lefty pitcher, outfielder, first base. So you might have been playing third. Ground ball down the line, fair ball for Lehman Jelly. Squeezed it between the third baseman and the bag.
2 hits for him now.
And they're both to left.
Getting back to reading your reports, you got to read your reports. I mean, these scouts isn't Joe Schmo on the internet telling you what you are or what you aren't. I mean, these scouts are well plugged in. They know a lot of people in the baseball industry. If they're saying something about you from what they've seen, it's coming from a place of knowledge. You'd be doing yourself.
They're smart guys.
Right, you'd be doing yourself a disservice not to be reading these reports.
And that's what these coaches. I mean, some of them have been scouts before as well, and it depends on your preference. Do you like coaching your own kids and the competitive juices and trying to win? Because the scouting life, you're traveling around on your own, and you see different guys that you know as they bounce around. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It is low, and ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes.
I think I'd enjoy that. I think I'd enjoy the traveling around.
It's a competitive business. I can tell you that for sure.
And when I say enjoy it, I don't mean by any means that it's easy. Don't let anyone misconstrue that.
Here's a swing and a miss, a high fastball, and the runner, Lehman Jelly, dives back into first on the throwdown from the catcher, which I think is now Christian Smith. Yeah, that's 55. So Smith took over at catcher and tried to pick him off at first and had a pretty good gun down there. That fastball missing high to Eric Stradling, ball 3. 3 balls and 1 strike. I mean, back in the day, scouts would not get velocities on pitches across the diamond. It wouldn't be up on the internet for everyone to see either. There is a ball high to Stradling, so we reset the count after ball 4. I don't think 20 years ago anybody knew or cared so much about velocities on infielder throws. High fly ball, Brett Davino has it. He's underneath and he's catching, and there's one gone. It was a thing where you just could tell, does he have a good arm or not a good arm, or medium arm. That's where people left it. Do you have a good arm if you're fading away from in the hole at shortstop? Nobody knew what anybody's velocity was. Nobody knew if somebody's throwing 100 miles an hour across the diamond. Now that's analyzed. And, obviously it's a hop step as opposed to a wind up. I mean, it's different throwing across the diamond. It's amazing to me.
And, that's where the evolution of scouting is.
Yes.
You now have these numbers that can tell you what you're seeing, so you can really key in on other things, smaller things, smaller details, about the way they're playing, about what they can do.
They should have been looking at this before. There's only so many radar guns to go around. Bouncing ball to second. Davino steps on the bag. And actually, I beg your pardon, that's Coyne, I think, playing second base now. He steps on the base and throws across to first and got him for a double play. 4-3. Jake Schilling bounces out. No runs, 1 hit, nobody left on base. And Baseball U Philly leading Baseball U Connecticut Black 4-0 in the middle of the 5th inning on BFA Live Sports. Well, today is kind of a big day for Callan Fang with a 2-run homer and with 5 strikeouts here in this showcase event. I'm just sort of looking up some of his history, and he's not exactly the biggest secret in the world. 14 years old, and he won the pitch, hit, and run competition at the Major League All-Star game. He was a big deal then, too, and scouts are probably noticing him then at 14, I promise you. Alberto Cannellini takes a strike from Jimmy Tooley. No balls and 1 strike. He had been to Nationals Park 2 years before for the previous level of the pitch, hit, and run. This time he returned as a qualifier for the finals, and he won the whole thing while hanging out with some Major League All-Stars. He said, I saw Jesus Aguilar, and we were on the field when he was hitting, and he was really big. Callan Fang's quote when he was 14 years old. So, yeah, we can see it. He can pitch and he can hit.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw him do the same thing here on a slightly smaller scale than Nationals Park in Washington.
The only thing we haven't really needed to see is him running because we saw the home run trot.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
There's a strike to Cannellini, and he goes down looking. A strikeout for Jimmy Tooley. Connecticut Black looking for their first run of the game here. And they've had a lot of strikeouts here, and that was the same thing with Connecticut Orange, and obviously it's all part of Baseball U Connecticut, so certain bit of similarity with the hitting philosophies, one would assume, even with slightly different coaches. Here is Kevin Catragata and a full cut for the third baseman, who shoots it backwards foul. 0-1. It's 4-0. Baseball U Philly leads Connecticut Black. We are in the bottom of the 5th in game 3 out of 5. And we began at 8 a.m., which is a first for me, except for yesterday. Yesterday was the true first. This is both days combined. Catragata taking a fastball that missed.
This is also the earliest start for me I've ever done.
Here comes the 1-1. That missed.
And I said it earlier. I intentionally schedule my classes or classes that I know will be difficult after 11 a.m. because that's the sweet spot for my brain. I can work.
That's a smart strategy.
I can work till 2, 3 a.m. in terms of getting stuff done and be efficient. I just cannot do it on the flip side of the morning. That's just not how I work.
Playing morning baseball, then broadcasting live sports at 8 a.m. I'm here to tell you it's weird. It's 2-2 to Kevin Catragata, and there's a big cut and a miss, and Tooley put it right there on the outside corner with a good pitch, and that's back-to-back strikeouts for number 24, Jimmy Tooley out of Hatboro Horsham High. He's a senior and a 6-foot-tall lefty.
So they have 9 of the 14 outs so far have been strikeouts by...
I got 9 strikeouts. Yeah, 5 for Fang and 4 for Tooley.
Crazy.
And Connecticut Orange had 12 strikeouts for their batters yesterday, and they were going down quite a bit on K's in their game earlier today. That pitch missed a ball to Michael Coyne, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike to Michael Coyne out of Fairfield Prep. Tooley with those tall orange socks out of the stretch for the tall, skinny left-hander here, and his 1-1 missed a little away. 2-1.
Coyne had a single in his first AB.
And Coyne has played in all 4 games. They bounced him back and forth between Connecticut Orange and Connecticut Black, so he's playing for both of the teams and getting more reps and consequently more looks by the college coaches who are here this weekend. And he swung and missed on that last one, 2-2.
That group is firmly in place for this game.
Oh, cut on and missed. And Jimmy Tooley strikes out the side and has 5 strikeouts in 2 innings. After Callan Fang had 5 strikeouts in 3 innings. So fairly consistently around 77 or so for Jimmy Tooley. 3 straight strikeouts. And here we are through 5. And it is a 4-0 lead for Baseball U Philly over Baseball U Connecticut Black here on BFA Live Sports. Matt Vavona is way ahead of a changeup here. And we're in the 6th. And I beg your pardon. Let me get this right. Alex Martin way ahead of a changeup. And here's a ground ball to third, and that is a good, strong throw across for the out on Alex Martin. And one gone in the 6th inning. So this is still Cavini, correct?
I would assume so.
Yes. And this is John Pinciotti on an RBI double to left in the 4th and an RBI sac fly in the 1st. So he has 2 RBIs. And Callan Fang has the 2 other RBIs on his absolute shot of a 2-run homer to right. Just our 2nd home run of this showcase event. 0-1 after that foul ball by Pinciotti. And he grounds it to short and circling around and throwing off of 1 foot. Boy, that's a nice play to get it across like that. I think that's a pretty sharp play. That's Pierce Cowles, right? Number 10 at shortstop. And I like that play. The way that he circled around that ball and got his momentum going the correct way.
It's impressive if you're able to pull that one off, especially at this age. That's a unique ability.
Matthew Edwards takes a ball outside from Cavini. 1 ball and no strikes to Edwards. Matt Edwards is 0 for 2. He struck out in the 1st and flied out in the 4th and takes outside ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. With 2 outs and nobody on. And there's big Callan Fang waiting on deck. Big swing and a miss. And a good fastball from Andrew Cavini with a little bit of movement on it. You know, kind of a little rise tail at the end of that.
Edwards just a little bit behind that one.
2-1 pitch. And that missed high. 3 balls and 1 strike.
He really takes a big step in to get going. That stance is open, and then he takes a real step towards that ball.
And that missed high and away for ball 4, and so we reset the count to 2-1, and we have all fastballs from here on. We're in the 6th, and it's 4-0 for Philly over Connecticut. And 2 more games after this one. Have the sun kind of behind us, then over us, and then it's back behind us to the other way now. Fouled away. And a full count to Edwards. We are scheduled for our next game at 2:30. Sometimes that's flexible by a couple of minutes before or after. But the next game is the Taconic Rangers against the other BU Philly team, BU Philly Lindsay coached. Edwards, a swing and a miss, a strikeout, and down goes Matt Edwards. Andrew Cavini put him away in order here in the 6th. We're in the middle of the 6th inning here in Game 3 of our quintuple header fall baseball showcase today for 11 college coaches with 9 teams playing a combined 10 games. It's Baseball U Philly 4, Connecticut Black nothing on BFA Live Sports. Well, you can see on the graphic there between innings, it's Alex Martin from Pennsbury High School, who is coming in as the third pitcher of the game for Philly Torresani. And then we have the other Baseball U Philly team, Philly Lindsay, coming up in the next game. Jimmy Tooley had 5 strikeouts in 2 innings after Callan Fang had 5 strikeouts in 3 innings. I'm no mathematician, but I'm pretty sure that adds up to 10 strikeouts of Connecticut batters from the 2 Philly pitchers as Vivona takes a ball from Alex Martin, number 60.
I haven't taken a math class since high school, but I
Yeah.
believe I agree with you.
And there's a ball that missed. Alex Martin out of Pennsbury High School. He's a senior and a 6-foot-tall right-hander who plays some middle infield and shortstop primarily. That 1-1 is missing on a breaking ball inside on Vivona. 2 balls and 1 strike to the righty batting left fielder, Matt Vivona. Reached on a fielder's choice. There's a foul tip, 2-2. And a couple batters later, eventually, he thought the inning was over. He rudely learned that he was wrong, and he was stuck, hung out to dry in a rundown, a fairly lengthy rundown, between third and home. He bounced it off the wood bat there to short. He might have even broken his bat. And it's fielded out there at shortstop. They throw him out. Sounded like it might have.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, they're taking. Yep. Yeah,
that's a broken bat.
Yeah, I can recognize a broken bat sound when I hear it, for sure. They just tested it. It didn't shatter in 2, but there's definitely a crack in there. So Vivona loses on the at-bat, and he loses a bat as well. And now Christian Smith, 0 for 1 with a strike. Fired in there by Alex Martin on a fastball. Smith struck out swinging in the 3rd, and so he is 0 for 1 in this game.
And you can feel the sting on the hands of that breaking that bat. Just in this cold weather right now, you're not used to it. Oh.
Well, we had a kid yesterday, and I mean, we had 5 games, so I couldn't tell you when or who, but he broke his bat, and it sounded like it to both of us, and he didn't know it. He didn't think it, and I'm looking at Chris, and we both think it's broken. He didn't feel it. Here's a high fly. It is belted out to right center. It's off the top of the fence. It gets away from the center fielder a little. Christian Smith is in at second with a stand-up double. And, hey, listen to his teammates there. They're here rallying for each other. They're just trying to get on the board. They're down 4-0. They have 2 innings to go, and they want to put together as big a rally as they can amongst their 6 batters that they get. So a double to right center is belted off the fence by Christian Smith.
Just a good piece of hitting, just taking the ball where it is, working that towards the right center gap. Find yourself on second base. He's any other fence.
Yeah.
And he's got himself over.
Yeah, maybe. I was kind of thinking that possibility too. Maybe. Matt Spenner looking at a strike. And now a ground ball smash through short and third. Base hit single to left. Smith up to third. Hey, Connecticut Black threatened in the 4th. They had him loaded. Their base running failed them a little bit, but they had a 2-out threat in the 4th inning as well. So Spenner singles, and they put him at 1st and 3rd with 1 out here in the 6th and some energy from the Connecticut Black dugout. They want to get it going here. And this should be Ben Chirico, and it is. That pitch is low and in, ball 1. So anyway, the batter yesterday, he broke his bat. It sounded like it. He didn't think so. He was ready to step back in there. To everyone else, it sounded like it was broken. They finally convinced him to test it, and yeah, it was shattered inside. And I don't know how he didn't feel it. That's what surprised me, because normally you feel it in your hands. You know. But there's the 1% of the time, I guess, where it hit the right spot and didn't really feel too terrible in the hands. All right, so a lot of times you think you feel it in the hands and you test it and, no, okay, I guess it's okay. Thought I felt something.
I felt that way more often than I didn't feel it and it was broken.
I mean, you can get that if you hit it off the end of the stick and it gets a little vibration there. Check swing, fastball high from Alex Martin. 2 balls, no strikes. 1st and 3rd for Connecticut Black. Let's see here. 2, 3, 4. They got 6 hits, so they're hitting the ball okay. Low and away, ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. So Connecticut, no runs on 6 hits, no errors. Philly, 4 runs on 7 hits. I think we've had no errors this game. There goes the runner on sort of a delayed steal. He's going to take it without a throw. They're not going to worry about him. It's a stolen base. And now where are we on Chirico? 3-0. Big cut and a foul tip, kind of off the end of the stick there. I mean, he's got the metal bat. We had the wood bat broken. I mean, obviously the metal bat, you can drive it more, but here it's about showcasing your talents as well. And so some of the kids are going with the wood bat, which is a little bit of a handicap for them, but if they end up hitting it well with the wood bat, then it looks impressive. Here's a grounder out to third, and their only chance is to try to get the out at second. He caught it in the air. I beg your pardon. That was a looping liner.
Yes.
That's why he threw to second. I thought, why is he not throwing to first? But he caught it in the air and then tried to get the double play at second. That wasn't happening. So a line out to third for the second out of the inning.
Good job, Pinciai there, catching out of the air, recognizing the runner on second a little bit off.
And here is, let's see, Finn Popkin, number 91. And takes in the dirt. Good block in front to keep those runners at their stations. 1 ball, no strikes to Finn Popkin. With runners at second and third, Spenner and Smith. Alex Martin pitches. And he left it high for ball 2. 2-0.
And I get this isn't competitive necessarily, but 2 on, 2 out. You got to be feeling the juices flowing a bit to knock these guys in.
There's a belt buckle high fastball strike outside corner 2-1. Well, I guarantee you if he delivers to drive in 2 right here with 2 outs, those kids over there to our right in the first base dugout are going to be making a lot of noise. They're already pumped just for the threat. Check swing high, ball 3. They're pumped just because he took ball 3, had a good eye. I mean, you got some voices, got some teamwork going on. 3 balls, 1 strike. Martin and him in a little jam himself. Check swing, foul tip. Got the ump there, too. Yeah, walk it off. Full count. It's another walk it off.
Yeah, he's taking a beating in this last hour or so.
It was worse on him yesterday. I'm pretty sure. Martin, I don't even know if he has socks. Those pants are about to cover up his shoes.
Yeah.
Compared with the other kid with the red socks up to his knees. Different fashion statements here. Check swing. That pitch misses low, ball 4, so we reset the count, and that's another good block in front to keep the runners from going anywhere. Who's our catcher right now?
We got, I believe that's number 8, so Limongelli.
Okay. Well, I like that. Good work behind the dish by Limongelli. That pitch missed high for another ball.
I can't get over how cool his name is.
It is a very cool. We have some cool names here. I mean, 9 teams are going to get some good names. All right, so now you're back to a 3-2 count, strike 3. Fastball at the knees, outside corner, and he gets that call. Alex Martin strikes him out. Finn Popkin goes down looking. And another threat for Connecticut Black. They left him loaded in the 4th. Here in the 6th, they leave him at second and third. So they've had a ton of runners on base. A couple others have been thrown out on the bases, including between third and home. But nobody's touched the plate. No runs on 2 hits, and 2 runners are left on base. We are at the end of 6, and it is Baseball U Philly 4, Connecticut Black nothing on BFA Live Sports. New pitcher for Connecticut Black will be Max Foster. And he steps in here for the 7th inning, and he's going to be going up against Callan Fang, who shined at the 2018 All-Star Game in the run, hit, and field competition. Or the pitch, hit, and run, I beg your pardon. 2 years ago. Doesn't, I can believe he could win competitions like that 2 years ago. And he takes a ball, does Fang. He hit a 2-run homer in the 4th, and as a pitcher today, he had 5 strikeouts in 3 innings. So this kid's looking very good, and he's swinging for another, too, against Max Foster. And he came up empty, and it's 1-1.
This is kind of a throwing Max Foster out there, being like, best of luck. Here you go. Prove yourself real quick. With the
Pennsbury high product. Cut and a miss, and it was 0-2 actually. I said 1-1. So he strikes out swinging, not nearly as exciting as his home run. I have had the count wrong a couple times, or more than that, but I had his home run as being on a 3-0 count in the 4th. But in this type of showcase event, go ahead and take your licks 3-0 and see what you can do. Jimmy Tooley is looking at a strike from Max Foster. No balls and 1 strike. Tooley, we had pitching earlier in this game. And Max Foster, number 68, out of Bethel High, Connecticut. And 6'1", missed with that pitch. Working quickly here, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little flare and a shallow left. Yeah, that'll fall. Base hit single for Jimmy Tooley. And he has a base knock after he'd been 0 for 2 beforehand. 4-0 Philly, and we're in the 7th for Baseball U Philly Torresani. 4 runs on 8 hits and no errors. Baseball U Connecticut Black, no runs on 6 hits, 7 hits, and no errors. So they have almost as many hits, but it's a 4-0 game. Throw it at first, looking at Tooley, look over there. And now Blake Silber looking at a fastball inside for Max Foster for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes to Silber, who grounded out to second in the 2nd inning, and he struck out swinging in the 4th against Andrew Castellucci. Another look over there. Fairly quick move from Foster, I think.
I think if I'm doing my math correctly, in this game alone, we've had more hits than the first 2 games combined.
Yeah, definitely. Silber fouled that one off his foot. That's a little hot foot. He's going to walk that off and probably bruised it a little bit there. 1 ball, 1 strike here in the 7th inning, and we're kind of ahead of schedule a little bit. Next game is at 2:30, or scheduled for 2:30. That pitch missed. It's 2 balls and 1 strike now. 2:30 for the Taconic Rangers under 18s against the BU Philly Lindsay coach squad under 18s. That's our plan anyway. Little bouncer foul to Silber, 2-2. You have 7 innings or 2 hours max. We haven't had a game that's run short of 7 innings. We've gotten them all in within the 2 hours, and part of that is, well, we've had a lot of good pitching and decent defense, and sometimes not a whole lot of hitting. But also the 6-batter rule, which we haven't even had to get to. There's a swing and a miss on a change. It bounced in there. And so the catcher's Christian Smith, I believe, and he's going to throw on Blake Silber for the strikeout, and then 2-3 on the out at first. Yeah, that's Christian Smith back there. 2 outs for Joe Limongelli. A couple singles today for Limongelli, after he had 3 strikeouts in 3 at-bats yesterday. So you want to talk about redemption, and, you take your second opportunity, and 2 for 2 is a whole lot better than 3 capital Ks, and he looks at ball 1. Couple of singles to left field pulled out there for the very open stance of Limongelli. That ball got past the catcher, Smith, glanced off of his glove, and I think that's a passed ball here for Tooley to advance to second base. 2 balls, no strikes to Joe Limongelli. We're in the 7th and last inning here, with Connecticut Black trailing 4-0 despite a couple pretty good threats. But the Philly pitchers work out of it, and Connecticut can't come through with the big hit at the right time. Limongelli taking a strike. It's 2-1. Max Foster out of the stretch. Lehman Jelly fouls it back, got under it, and tipped it back to the screen. And it's 2-2.
I am leaving this pitch outside. Lehman Jelly has proven that he can really pull the ball and make solid contacts.
He wants
on
to
that
pull.
Inner half of the plate. Leave him something outside. See if he could take it the other way.
Foster throwing in the low, almost mid-80s here. And there's a ball.
He went exactly the opposite of where I told him.
Well, hey, the double reverse psychology,
Yeah.
right? It's a big game of rock, paper, scissors, practically. 3 balls and 2 strikes, and they're looking at the runner at second. Now he pours plateward, breaking ball. He bent it in there. Lehman Jelly knew it. He actually sprinted out of there before it was even called a strike. He knew. He wasn't going to wait and hope. He knew he was done. He got fooled on the change, and you know a change might be coming, but a 3-2 change, he goes down.
If I knew Foster could pull that out of his bag of tricks, I would have just adjusted that off the top.
There you go. Yeah, you don't know what he's got. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left on base. Last chance for Connecticut Black. They are trailing 4-0. Bottom of the 7th, forthcoming on BFA Live Sports.
Somebody can make love. I'll do it.
Along with Ray Dunn, this is Bob Rotrug with you on BFA Live Sports, our exclusive coverage of the Baseball U Fall Showcase event from Schatz Stadium in Dunmore, Pennsylvania. 9 teams, 10 games over 2 days, and coaches from 11 colleges, and they're all looking for talent. Here is Alex Martin, his second inning of work, to Pierce Cowles, who ducks out of the way of ball 1.
The coaches have come to the right place. We've got some quality showcase today.
There's ball 2. We can hear the dings of the metal bats in the background. The teams for the next game get to warm up in the batting cages, so they get a few hacks. They can get there for 40 minutes to an hour before the game and kind of trade off. That one bent in. And now the next pitch from Alex Martin. That missed a little low and away. That was the 3-0 pitch that missed, so now we have the reset from ball 4 to 2-0, and it's all fastballs from here. And he missed low and in there again. Connecticut Black trailing 4-0 here in the 7th inning. They had him loaded in the 4th, but with 2 outs. They had him at 2nd and 3rd in the 6th with 1 out. It was a looping liner for one of the outs. There's ball 4, which is really ball 6. So Alex Martin couldn't find the strike zone there. Pierce Cowles is aboard. In order for Connecticut Black to officially come back, and again, it's a showcase event, so we do keep score, but it isn't critical. It's not a win-loss record per se. But in order for them to come back, they would have to score their 4 runs within 6 batters, which is the maximum. So that's a rule for this showcase event, and it's a common rule. It's not just for this one. Heitzman fouled it back 0-1.
Yeah, you're looking at a near perfect inning for them to do it. But hey, why not?
If the 5th batter gets on and they've put in 3, then you need to double or home run or something from the sixth guy to get there. Heitzman swing and a miss, 0-2. You don't have a whole lot of room to mess around.
No.
When you're down 4 and you only get 6 batters. But they have one base runner aboard, and so that's how they start. John Heitzman has a pair of singles today. And they've got a bunch of hits. They have 7 hits. Throw over there to check on the runner Cowles. I mean, is he really going to be running in a 4-0 game? I mean, who knows, because it's a showcase event, right? And they are actually guarding him over there and treating it like a regular situation as opposed to a 4-run game in the last inning where strategy would normally change. That high and away fastball, Heitzman goes chasing and he ends up striking out. He is victimized and out for the first time today. Finishes today 2 for 3 and finishes the weekend 2 for 5. He had a walk and a run scored yesterday, and he also reached on an error. Myco Cardona, and a high fly left field foul.
Hello, everyone, and welcome into Game 4 of 5 from Dunmore, Pennsylvania. This is the Baseball U Fall Showcase. We got the Tacoma Rangers taking on the Baseball U Pennsylvania Philly Lindsay team. And that's Philly leading it off here. The away team batting. And the first batter is Matt Benner. And on the mound is Dylan Joseph, 2021 right-handed pitcher from John J. Fishkill. 1-1 count to Benner now. Been with us throughout the day. You've caught 3 great games. We've seen a lot of good pitching today. The bat's starting to warm up as the weather has. Benner fouls this one back, 1-2.
That got him. Again. I feel for this umpire. I really do.
Umpire certainly taking a beating the last 2 days.
Okay, so Dylan Joseph, and he's not even on the roster, so he's kind of a new player that didn't appear. We had to run over there to the coach, and that's Robert Fletcher, and ask, okay, 34, who's that? Okay, Dylan Joseph out of Hopewell Junction, New York, and John J. East Fishkill High.
Nothing like a little pregame fun for us.
Well, this perfect game has him as on the Taconic Rangers, so he just wasn't on the roster. But he has been. It's not like they just picked him up yesterday. Yeah. And he's 17 years old, and he's a senior. And tops out at 83 miles an hour in the fastball on his last scouting report on perfect game for Dylan Joseph.
Well, here you got a chance. Got 2 strikes on Benner. That ball is outside.
Yeah, that's Adam Agresti behind the plate. And he tried to frame that on the corner. He didn't quite get it, but he made it close enough. He almost got it.
And now the 2-2 pitch. Ground ball foul. So Benner working it well. Fouling him off, keeping himself alive.
Taconic comes out here, and they wear these kind of Dodgers-like looking uniforms where they have the Texas Rangers font on the cap for the Taconic. I think it's a terrific look. They lost yesterday in one of the games that Baseball U New Jersey won, and Taconic had 7 hits, but they lost 3-1. Took some good defense to get them out, too. It was a pretty good game.
7 hits sounds like a dream to me. I think.
Yeah, that's what. Well, I mean, they've been kind of hard to come by, right? And with all the good pitching and hitting that we've had throughout the course of this fall showcase event.
This one skied on the right side of the field. Second baseman trying to get under it, and he
caught it.
Makes the catch. So it's blind.
I saw that one. Normally you're seeing it when I can't, but this one I saw it, and your view was obstructed a little.
So 1 away, and that brings up Eric Chandler, middle infielder for Philly.
All right, so Baseball U with Coach Kyle Lindsay, and that was our first game yesterday. We saw him at 8 a.m. yesterday, bright and early, and they defeated PA Scranton, led by Coach Guy, 3-1 yesterday, and they had 10 hits.
There you go. Oh, we got 2 teams that can hit the ball.
Yes.
Chandler from LaSalle College High School. Stands 5'9", 170. Also a senior, 2021. And from the stretch, that one's inside.
Good looking fastball there. A 6 foot 1 inch tall right-hander for this senior.
He's behind the count 2-1.
Little meat to him. He's not quite as rail thin as a couple of the other kids that we've seen, so little muscle there.
This one ripped foul.
Chandler yesterday, in game 1 out of our 10 total, he had a couple doubles, and he blasted both of them to right. I'm pretty sure that one of them was off the fence in right and barely fair, and the other one he kept fair, maybe right on the line. They were both knocked out that way, the opposite way, but he got it pretty good on both of them. So let's see what he can do today. A couple more doubles, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah.
And primarily plays middle infield, and he's going to be playing on both sides of the second base bag today.
I would like to point out, just observation here, is this pitch is line foul. The coach cohort has decided that since the shade has taken over on the third base side, they have moved to the first base side.
That is a motley crew over there, all kicking back in the lawn chairs.
It looks like a great time. Looks like an absolutely fun time over there.
Well, it looks like they're camped out for 4th of July fireworks, and they should be getting some beers and just, that many people all sitting together in lawn chairs like that. Is the parade route coming this way? Is that why you guys are here? I mean, they came prepared. They all came with their lawn chairs, right? They know what the score is on these. They know what the deal is.
And they knew the time to move over. This will be, the 3-2 pitch. Forgetting that we reset.
He took ball 4, right? Yeah, and we reset the count.
I thought I'd missed a reset there.
That happened a dozen times yesterday, I bet. That's the first time that happened today. And maybe not a dozen, but 5, 6,
You
7
feel
times.
like you've earned the
something.
base by keeping the eye on it. Now 2-2. Ground ball foul.
So
Not making it easy on Joseph earlier.
Kyle Lindsay, who's down there in the third base box for Baseball U Philly, he's a guy that previously played at Misericordia just a few years ago. I mean, they're all young to me, but he wasn't long ago he was a player.
Hit to left, and left fielder able to slide over just a few steps.
Lindsay is also an assistant baseball coach at Arcadia, and he's doing some scouting for his own program, not just from this team, but from the other teams as well. And this is an opportunity for, coaches and players to mingle a little bit. Well, hey, how you doing? And what are your prospects?
Yes.
And, kind of get to know you a little bit. And, yeah, we might be interested. Let's talk.
This first pitch fouled all the way back. But, yes, this is a nice little, hey, so baseball, the next level. What do you know? What do I know?
What do you think? And who's have you talked with others?
Yeah. What can I do for you?
Well, there's a lot of that. So it's a showcase, but it's also a little networking, a little chatter.
Yes, many of us network with ties on. These guys are networking with baseball pants on.
Right.
Works for everyone. 1-1 on the way from Joseph. Foul back again.
And it goes both ways. The players are looking to get college opportunities to parlay their baseball talents into scholarships and educations. These coaches are looking for talent so they can have a winning program.
Yeah.
Right? They're all hungry. And it's all of them. They're all after the same guys, right?
Yes. Yes, that's why they're all friendly down there down the line. But as this one's skied to left, and it's going to drop in there. No one able to get to it. And now running towards second. Heads up play right there. Whitlinger able to get himself a double on a bloop hit into left field.
Yeah, I thought the left fielder had a chance to get to that. That was Phil Mashia who was running in, but I mean it was hit high enough, you thought, right?
Right.
But it was a long run and kind of one of those in no man's land. So you'll take it. You get a little bloop double to shallow left.
If you've been listening to me all day, you've heard me say the word communication way too many times, but
I wonder if that was part of it there. I mean, the third baseman and shortstop couldn't really get there, I don't think.
Yeah, that's when you got to tell them to get out of the way and just start come running in hard as left fielders. The runner is off, and this one is hit to left field, and that will wrap up the inning. So they do get one on, a double from Whitlinger, so one hit, but they do not get one across. We head to the bottom of the first inning, all knotted up at 0. Welcome back. Bottom of the first inning. Bob Roadtruck with me. I'm Ray Dunn. The Tacoma Rangers coming to bat here. Colin Williams on the mound for the BUPA Philly team.
Yeah, he's already a commit for Radford University. Virginia. I'm pretty sure that's correct. And out of Council Rock North High School as a senior.
And we got Sean Camacho up to start, and then shows bunt, but takes it.
Yeah, we're picking up their lineup as we go
Yes.
for Taconic.
Camacho, 2022, plays the outfield from Ketchum High School. And he grounds this one to first. Fielded cleanly, walk on
That's
over
close.
to
They
first.
got him. Yeah. Camacho can book it. He went 0 for 3 yesterday, and now he's 0 for 4, and he's their leadoff guy, so we might have a similar lineup, and I take it back. So Brendan Tulo will be the next batter.
Benjamin Tulo to bat, middle infielder.
Benjamin, yes, okay.
Year 2022, also Ketchum, so you got same year, same school as the leadoff man Camacho. And this one, low and in.
He had a couple ground outs yesterday. He went 0 for 2 in Taconic's 3-1 loss against Baseball U New Jersey, who is the team that has taken the trophy that we don't have, but they've gone 4-0. They were terrific.
Common theme for them. Anyone who played New Jersey going home a little empty-handed afterwards. That's in there for a strike.
That's a good pitch from Colin Williams. He brings pretty good velocity for a 6-foot left-hander. This is why he's on his way to college. He's throwing in the mid-80s already here in this game.
Wines kicks that one in the dirt.
So let me see. They have 4 players just on the Philly Lindsay team that have already committed to different colleges, including this left-handed pitcher, Colin Williams.
Ground ball to second, fielded cleanly. The throw to first in time, and there are 2 away. Good job over there at second base. That would be number 10. That's Kyle Kruppa. 4-3 on the putout, and now
We're seeing who's coming up here, right?
number 23. That's
that's Kyle Kremen. Yeah.
First pitch to him, and therefore strike. Kremen, a senior, 2021, right-handed pitcher and a third baseman from Kennedy Catholic. Quite a few guys from Kennedy Catholic on this squad. And the 0-1 pitch to him, low and away, 1-1. That one's on the outside corner, 1-2.
Trying to look up Colin Williams and some of his stats, but as one might assume, there's more than one Colin Williams out there. I like the guys who have the names that are more unique, because then they're going to be the first one that shows up on Google.
Just watching Colin Williams. It's interesting to see different timing he's got to the plate. This one, a ground ball to first. Williams got to hustle to get over there. Does he get there in time?
Yeah, he did.
Yes, he does.
Ooh, he didn't get a good jump, but he made it work.
Number 3 on that one. So both teams failed to score in the first inning. 1-2-3 goes the Rangers. We head to the second here on BFA Live Sports. Top of the second inning here. Shaw Stadium in Dunmore, Pennsylvania. The Baseball U Fall Showcase. We're on Game 4. Game 5 will be up right after this. As Dylan Joseph fires away at the first pitch, then that's inside for a ball. RJ Agris up to bat. Corner infielder, and he grounds this one down line. Athletic move there by the coach.
He drilled that. I mean, he got ahead of it. And Prep Baseball Report, PBR as it's known in the biz, they got him at an 88 exit velo on one of his swings on an earlier scouting look. That's pretty good for
really good.
For that age. Yeah, that's dandy.
Would not want to be on the other side of one of his line drives. That's in there for a strike. 1-2. It's from North Penn High School. This one foul back. High school of all my roommates. So much so at this point, when people ask where I went to high school, sometimes I just answer North Penn.
Sure, why not?
And the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. First strikeout for Joseph. And now Tony Rossi comes to bat. Another corner infielder.
That strikeout sounded loud, didn't it? I mean, it popped the glove pretty good. Well, it was a breaking ball, though.
Ground ball to shortstop. Fielded cleanly, fires across the diamond in time. There's 2 away.
Very quickly. So that was J.J. O'Neill, correct?
Yes, J.J. O'Neill coming to bat. Outfielder from Downingtown East High School. This is
O'Neill. I missed somebody between Agris and
that was Tony
O'Neill.
Rossi that just
that was Rossi
out
that
to
batted.
shortstop.
Okay.
O'Neill committed to Eastern University. And also a senior, so class of 2021 down at Downingtown East. This is my neck of the woods here. These high schools. This
Sure,
team
of course.
is from my area. This one, low and away. A 2-0 now to O'Neill. Joseph from the stretch, kicks, fires. That one is also low, 3-0.
He steps out and catches his breath here, just resetting himself some.
Well, he's 1 ball away from the reset. And he will get it, so now 2-0. Makes me question if we could begin saying the phrase, counts 4-0, counts 5-0.
Yeah, seriously. More or less, it's almost what it is.
This one, ground ball. I think that caught him as it went down the third base line. 2-1. O'Neill.
O'Neill had an infield single yesterday. He also hit one hard that turned into a line-out double play into the shortstop. Just bad luck on that one in our morning game. These guys played at 8 a.m. yesterday.
They've had some considerable time off.
Yes, exactly. They play in Game 1, and they play again in Game 9.
Yes, explore the town a little bit. Get to know the Scranton area. One has to question maybe they even went home. Ground ball down the third base line and foul. Most of these people about 2 hours-ish from the area. Again, I know because of the commute this morning.
Yeah, a lot of carpooling to get up here and a lot of dedication to just show up and get to play other teams other than themselves. And a lot of these teams have played each other before.
So line drive to right field. That one should be in for a base hit, and it is. You never know with how shallow that right field is, but O'Neill hustling down the line the whole way gets himself a base hit. So now Zach Zielinski, the outfielder, coming to bat from Great Valley High School, standing at 6 foot tall, 175 pounds. He's also a senior. So a 2-out base runner, and this one's lined into the left center field gap. O'Neal going around second. That one just keeps on rolling. O'Neal coming around third. He's being waved home. He will score. And so Zielinski double that brings home a run for Philly. It is 1-0.
Nice piece of hitting by Zielinski, and he goes the other way, and he just lifts that right over the shortstop. And on this turf, it's going to keep on bouncing all the way to the wall. Zielinski had a hit yesterday, so now he's 2 for 4 on this weekend showcase.
Tackle on the RBI for him. Kyle Kruppa coming up to bat. And he takes this one into left field, but it is caught. And that will retire the side. So a little 2-out rally. 2 hits in this inning and a run for Philly. They lead 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the second inning here on BFA Sports. Welcome back, bottom of the second inning. BUPA Philly taking a 1-0 lead in the top half. Now returning to the mound is Colin Williams for them. First pitch here is outside. Adam Agresti coming up for the Rangers.
Oh, this is Agresti, yeah.
20.
Mazzata's batting this inning too, or at least he had a bat, but Agresti's up right now.
Might have just been very excited. Been the first one out of the dugout to get ready to hit.
Yes.
And this one's fouled. Out of play.
So Agresti's their catcher. And, we're looking at Colin Williams here on the mound, and he's on his way to Radford University. That's in Radford, Virginia. I knew it was a Virginia team. That's a D1 program, too.
I believed you.
Yeah. I mean, that's a D1 program, and he's already a commit there. And you can see why. I mean, he's throwing low to mid-80s. And he's got good stuff, and it looks to me, and we've said this about a few guys, but he knows how to pitch. Mm-hmm. Some other guys, I don't know if they really get it yet, right. But some guys, you just look at them and they look like they get it.
Now he kicks and fires. In and out of the glove. 2-2 count. Agresti gonna dig back in. 2023 Kennedy Catholic High School. So he's got a couple years. Pitch, high and away.
Dropped his arm slot a little bit on that one, didn't he? Yeah, kind of snapped it up.
And what we would typically refer to in normal baseball settings as the payoff pitch, but this really could just result in
it's not really a payoff.
And so we will reset the count 2-2. Gresty battling. This one, good piece of hitting. It is caught in center field. Hit that one hard and far, but right where they were playing him, so good work out
Yeah,
there
that was
by
good.
the outfield.
That's good contact for Agresti, and I kind of like his rhythm on his swing, kind of a slightly open stance, and he's ready to drive the ball. Went the opposite way with that pitch from Colin Williams, which was an 85-mile-an-hour fastball. That's why it's a smidge behind, because Colin Williams can bring it. Calvin Diamond here.
A break right there. Baseball no longer able to be used after it was hit so hard. Now Calvin Diamond, as you said, to the plate, takes first pitch, first strike. Diamond, class of 2022, right-handed pitcher and a first baseman. He also is from Candy Catholic. Sets a pattern. This one's away.
Yeah, kind of sailed on him there. I mean, the scouting report on Colin Williams had him at around 82, 84. Today we've got him 84, 85. So he's gaining velocity.
Somebody's been lifting over quarantine.
Yeah, maybe. That's true.
1-2.
I mean, it's got a little movement to it.
Yeah.
It's some good stuff here for this future Radford University pitcher.
Radford fans, Radford coaches watching right now, you might be licking your chops a little bit.
There's a good chance somebody from Radford is.
And foul tip caught. He is retired. First strikeout for Williams.
I mean, these college coaches, they've got their commits all over the place, right? So watching on broadcasts like this, they're not always broadcast a showcase event. So when it is, and it's one of your kids, and they end up knowing that it's going to be a broadcast, you better believe that they're going to watch it, or maybe on replay, to see how he looks, and then get excited because Colin Williams looks pretty darn good to me.
Yeah. As long as they're not watching it on mute. That ball is away.
Yeah, this is Nicholas Mazzata.
2 outs. As Williams retired all 5 he's seen so far. Mazzata coming to the dish. Another class of 2022 guy, and like many of his teammates, Candy Catholic, 7 of them on this roster. Swings and misses at that pitch.
I mean, he couldn't catch up to it.
No.
I mean, this is some serious gas from this, and he's a lefty too.
Kicks, fires, in there for a strike.
And that had serious cut to it too. So he's got the fastball that blows with movement, and then he's got the hard breaking ball. Whew. Good repertoire. And he works it in and out.
2 strikes on Mazzata. That one's outside.
That was too far out.
Yeah. You can afford to miss out there. 2s across the board. 2 outs here in the second inning, and 2-2 the count. And I like just his timing again on the plate. It seems to vary pitch to pitch. And swing and a miss. He struck him out. Back-to-back strikeouts there for Williams. He's retired all 6 that he's seen. That wraps up the second inning. 1-0 Philly as we head to the third here on BFA Live Sports. Top of the third, and we have a pitching change for the Rangers. Lewis Marinaro coming on to relieve Dylan Joseph. Joseph going 2 innings, with 3 hits, a strikeout, and allowed 1 run.
This is a young kid. He just turned 16, like less than a month ago, a few weeks ago. So he's one of the youngest players we've had here. I haven't looked up every single one of them, but I don't recall having seen too many 15-year-olds. Well, Adam Agresti, he's pretty young. Wow. It's amazing to me how young these kids are. Agresti is a February 2005 birthday, and this pitcher, Marinaro, August 26, 2004. He just turned 16.
Wow. Makes me think what I was doing at 16, not this.
I see 2005 birthdays, and I go, oh, my goodness, really?
Yeah. Justice Agosto up to bat. That one's low.
Well, Perfect Game website has his velocity topping out at 85 on his last scouting look, and he's already been throwing 84 here. So, you know, similar to Colin Williams, he's a lefty that can bring the gas, and he's 16. He just turned. He was practically 15. You know, that's great.
So much room for growth for so many of these guys. Just looking at the frame he's got out there, he can grow.
At 16. Yeah.
And the pitch in the dirt, bouncing away. Full count. Gusto. In to take his hacks. And the pitch. Swing and miss. He struck him out.
And he blew that one past him, too. You know, some of the other strikeouts that we've had in some of the other games, a lot of that has been just outsmarting him and working it in and out. Here, this is just power it past him.
Yeah.
You know, here it is, try to hit it. And some of the batters are just behind, and they can't.
I mean, they have a certain amount of finesse to them, but when you have this type of power stuff, that's what you got to go with. Now, Colin Williams coming to bat. Maybe
pitcher versus pitcher here.
Yeah. See if he can get a taste of his own medicine.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Can he catch up to stuff that's not that different from his?
Marinaro kicks, fires, ground ball to second base. Fielded cleanly, throw to first. Takes him off the bag, but he got him. They're now 2 down in the inning. He's able to get the bat on it, which...
Yeah, we're back to the top. This is Matt Benner.
Matt Benner popped out to shortstop. Or excuse me, not shortstop, to second in his first AB. The first pitch to him, and there for a strike. Took something off it. Better stepping out, take a time. And the pitch in there for a strike. Peppered him with a little off speed to start this AB.
Well, why not? You know, because you already got kids a little afraid of that fastball. So
see if he goes back to it now. Up 0-2. And he does, but just
he almost hit him in the toes there.
Throw it in.
Yeah, that changeup that he had thrown on the previous pitch, or kind of a looping curve, that was 70. Then he's going to come back and follow that up with something 84. You know,
cause problems.
Yeah, that's a tough adjustment to make.
From the open stance, Benner steps and fouls this one back. I don't know where it went.
And by the way, this radar gun reading that we have on the video, that's a very cool thing.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And something that the college coaches, like we've had coaches that have come up to us here, hey, how hard was he throwing? And you know that coaches in other places who are watching the live or replay of this game, they're looking at the velocity, and you can't tell. I mean, you can hear us say, oh, that's a good-looking fastball, right, but they want the numbers. They don't want to trust Bob Rotruck and what his opinion is. They want to see what is the number. Is it 82, 85? What is it? Now they've got it.
2-2 in there for a called third strike. 3 up, 3 down for Philly in the top of the first. A good job by Luis Marinaro coming in for the Rangers. They'll get a chance to bat trailing 1-0 in the bottom of the third. Bottom of the third inning is BUPA Philly leading 1-0. Rangers come to bat here. Number 22, Phil Macia leading off. The outfielder from Kennedy Catholic. Swings and misses at the first pitch, 0-1.
He was looking fastball, and then they pulled the string on him a little, right?
Yeah.
You know, you got a guy that's throwing 85. I mean, it's sort of, we're kind of talking this to death, but it's the story of this game so far.
And the 0-1. Outside, 1-1.
Yeah, that first pitch was 72. I just caught the replay there. I mean, that's okay. I know you're going to look at my fastball. I'm going to try to fake you out here, get ahead of strike, and he did.
The 1-1. Taking something off of that one, too, but it misses, 2-1.
Yeah, that has a different kind of break to it, though. That's a little harder cut. So he's showing a couple of different breaking ball actions, you know, curve, cutter, change.
It's in there, 4 strikes, so count now even out 2-2.
The future Radford Highlander. And I thought they were Big South Conference. I was pretty sure, and I looked it up and confirmed. That's some really good baseball.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, and at Radford University, or, you know, they have other sports, baseball, that's the program they're known for.
Right. Yep.
And that's a D1 program. So kudos to him.
And the 2-2. Low and away, 3-2. Yeah, that Radford program, their last full season of 2019, finished 30-27. It's just above 500.
How do you know this?
I do research in between innings.
Well, there you
too.
go. Good for you.
Someone out there thought for a second that I was just a huge closet Radford baseball fan, so we're going to get a count reset here. But, yeah, I snuck in my research in between innings.
Okay, good enough. Well, I think they've got a pretty decent-looking prospect here in their future left-handed pitcher. Has promise, anyway.
Fouled back. That one hits the trees and rolls on down the hill. I really thought that one was going to be the one that gets the lighting pole behind us, but
yeah, it sure was in that area. It was close.
And the 2-2 once again. One hopper to shortstop. The throw's got to be quick. Got to be on target, and it is. One away here in the third. Solid play over there by number 26. That's Eric Chandler, the middle infielder from LaSalle.
All right, here's Bisaglia, Brendan Bisaglia, out of Arlington High School. He had a walk and a single yesterday, as well as a stolen base. So
Good
he's
week
officially
so
1
far.
for 1, yeah.
Takes that first pitch outside. Another class of 2023, which makes me feel ancient.
Seriously, wow.
Pitch. In there for a strike. Anytime I see someone who's graduating high school after I graduate college, it's not fun for me.
It only gets worse from here, I
know,
promise you.
I know. I say that, and I'm aware of the fact that time's just going to continue to happen, and people are going to continue to graduate from high school, but right now it's just
This kid is 15. 15 years and 8 months. I mean, we got some, and their pitcher that we were talking about as well, Luis Marinero, is 16 and 0 months, just turned 16. That's something. And so they might not get a college commitment out of it today.
Yeah, the looks certainly don't hurt.
Well, they're on the radars
Yes.
of 11 different coaches that are watching them here live, and some other coaches that are going to end up seeing them ultimately on the videos of these broadcasts as well. I mean, if you're the Radford coach and you're watching your kid Colin Williams or one of the coaches there, you're going to be taking a look at Brendan Bisaglia, who's 15. I mean, there's a lot of college coaches that are looking for talent, sure. And they're not, okay, now that maybe this is a guy we got to look at here.
As for Bisaglia's current moment, he grounds this one back to the pitcher. Williams going to take care of it. And there is 2 away.
But yeah, as we've referenced on a few occasions here on this weekend, but I mean, we're on for 10 hours a day, so I think we can repeat topics. It's a little okay, because who's listening to us the whole time?
If you are.
Yeah, well,
good
kudos.
for you. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. 11 coaches here checking out these prospects at this college showcase event.
Once in there for a strike. Jonathan Link up to bat. Left-hander. Trinity Pauling, class of 2021.
This is Batke, 28.
Oh, did I get that one wrong? That's my bad.
Yeah.
Nico Batke.
I got you. Nico Batke is batting. Batke is batting.
And I'm going to go schedule a appointment with the eye doctor after that one.
He had a single yesterday. He was 1 for 2.
Pitch outside.
And he's another John Jay's Fishkill kid. And so they have actually 3 of them on this team, along with their starting pitcher that we saw, Dylan Joseph.
John J. Fishkill and Kennedy Catholic. Those are the 2 from Ketchum. Yeah. Tipped into the glove. Good catch there. 2-2 now. Williams has retired 8 straight to start this game. I have to think this might be the last we see of him. As he fires. This one ground ball to second base. Fielded cleanly. The throw to first. He got him. 9 up, 9 down. A perfect 3 innings for Colin Williams, the Radford commit. He keeps it locked at 1-0. As BUPA Philly coming about in the top of the 4th when we're back on BFA Live Sports. Top of the fourth inning, getting underway here at Shaw Stadium in Dunmore, Pennsylvania. Coming to bat for BUPA Philly, Eric Chandler flew to left field in his first AB, and still on the mound for the Rangers, Luis Marinaro.
Yeah, Chandler is the one who had a couple of doubles the other way into the right field fence in their 8 a.m. Game yesterday.
Marinaro kicks and fires for the first pitch of the inning. That one's high, 1-0.
Two hard-throwing left-handers, and Marinaro, just 16 years old and 16 as of a couple of weeks ago. Boy, I like Colin Williams, and I like Marinaro as well. He's got to kind of find his way around learning to pitch, but he's got the velocity there, and boy, he's on his way too. Well, he's sailing at a high. I mean, he can throw hard, but now he's got to bring it down.
Yep, finding that release point. A little bit of time on the bench, but that first inning of work for him. 2 strikeouts, and no hits allowed, so he'll take it, certainly. He's now down 2-0, though, to Chandler as he kicks and fires. That one's away, so Chandler not biting.
LaSalle College High School has produced a few baseball players. I've seen them bouncing around various college teams in the area.
LaSalle, very good sports in general for LaSalle down there. They do a pretty good job. That one's in there for a strike.
All of our coaches who are watching, and they're out there in the lawn chairs, and they began over on the third base side. That's where the sunshine was.
Yes.
Now they've moved over to the first. They're the warmest people here because they're just following the sun. I don't know if all 11 coaches are here today. I think we had some yesterday, some today, and some for both days.
That one's away. So reset 2-1, but yes, if
I already wrote my line in for a walk. That's where I am. We're on game number 9, and I still can't figure out. I still have the instincts.
To be fair,
ball 4 is a walk. Right, ball 4 is a walk. I can't. That's what it's supposed to be.
Yes, this is hour 18 of baseball for you for the weekend, so we'll give you the pass.
I've done baseball doubleheaders before,
Yeah.
Quintuple headers. It's something different entirely.
And the pitch in there for a call, third strike.
Oh, he's going to call it no strike, no pitch.
No pitch.
Because it has to be a fastball. You got to remind him of the rules.
Yes,
After you do the
there you go.
reset, it has to be all fastballs.
Right there.
We had a little kind of grace period yesterday. One of the Connecticut kids didn't know that, and he threw a changeup, and okay, let him get away with it. We talked about it. But now, no pitch. We're not going to strike him out here when you didn't throw the fastball.
Fastball.
And now he does strike
Chandler
out.
there,
Right.
but that was a heads-up play by him on seeing the breaking pitch and waiting to get his fastball, but strikeout nonetheless.
So to explain again, after we get to ball 4, we reset to 2 balls because we want to give batters a chance to hit and to show their abilities for the college coaches. And once you do the reset to 2 balls, the rule is we're going to do fastballs only. And so he didn't know that, or he forgot, and he threw a change or a curve. So that's why we had a no pitch there. Hey, it's got to be a fastball. Let him know.
Well, now with one away, it's Jake Whitlinger, who had the double in the first. He skies this one down the third base line. Good play of tracking that one down. Typically, that's not really the third baseman's ball as he
left
that
fielder wasn't quite there, and he was calling for it. And I think that was 12. Sean Camacho is now playing at third. Is that Kremen, or because he was there at third before?
That's still Kremen over.
Oh, it is Kremen. Okay. Well, anyway, that's a tough play. Okay, yeah. Camacho was coming in from left. That's where I saw the number 12. So, turns out as an okay play for Kremen, because I saw that, and I'm thinking the entire way that's going to be trouble. But he stayed with it and made a fairly long run going back to get to that.
No, it's absolutely a good play by him. Bucking the standards. It's Evan Holohan stepping to the plate. He flew out to left field his first time up. One's away. Holohan from Central High School. Listed at 5'11", 185. a senior. Pitch. High and away.
Boy, when Marinero misses up, he misses up by a lot. And here comes the catcher. Is that still Agresti? And he's going to try to talk him down a little bit in a couple of different ways.
Yeah.
You know, right? You talk him into bringing the pitches down a little.
Holohan looking for something to hit. Picking his zone. And the pitch. This is foul and out of play.
You know, you think about it with release point and the arm, but a lot of times if you're missing up, you're not doing something right with your legs.
Yeah.
You know, your hips. You're not just finishing. You know, it can come down to footwork and your legs or your hips as much as your arm if you're missing up high and your shoulders.
That's what makes pitching an art form. You really have to be centered and perfect in it to do it well.
Okay, that's ball 4, so the reset here.
Back to 2-1 as Holohan steps on back in. Swing and a miss on that one, 2-2.
So, you know, after whatever, this catcher is not Agresti anymore. And whatever he said to him there, that helped him out. That got him kind of back on track here.
That's Ryan, number 8, Nick Ryan.
Okay, that's who it is. Yeah, you're right. Nick Ryan, number 8.
One's up and away, so 3-2. We'll get a true payoff pitch here because we've had the reset. Interesting, Holohan has a bit of a closed stance. Slightly.
We don't see too many of those, do we? A lot of open stances.
Not too much anymore. Across all levels of baseball. As he takes this one and bloops this one into left field. Let's see, that one's going to drop in for a base hit. He'll round first and head on back, but that's a base knock for Evan Holohan.
Sean Camacho wanted to give it a go, and he realized he really didn't have a chance, so he just backed off and played it on the turf hop.
Overall, smart play on that one because you come sliding in for that one with the turf and the way that bounces and rolls, you could be in for some trouble.
So that's 1 run and 4 hits for Philly, and you know, Taconic at the plate has no base runners yet against Colin Williams. I think they'll be happy to get to the Philly bullpen now.
Yes. R.J. Gris up to bat. A statement that echoes throughout all levels of baseball. Happy to get to the Philly bullpen.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. They are having some troubles.
Oh, boy.
7.5 ERA or something for their bullpen. I mean,
historically bad.
Yes. That's incredible. I mean, you hear about, the bullpen for whatever team is bad.
Right.
Phillies are officially historically bad on the ERA. It's incredible.
Yeah. The bullpen's usually...
Well, and now they've got all these injuries that are going on all over the place. You got a guy that injures himself putting on his pants. That's when you know your season's bad. You know, if one of your top pitchers, Zach Wheeler, one of your top pitchers hurts himself putting on his pants, something's going wrong with your team.
And there's a strike with a runner going. A great throw down there to second.
Yeah, I got him.
And they got him.
Oh. And then they changed it, and he's safe.
Go.
He signaled out at first, but he dropped the ball, so he stays alive. He'll get the stolen base barely.
Yes. Thank you to R.J. Chris who pointed that out, that he dropped it. That was the first person I heard.
And that's 1-2 now.
So 1-2 to him. Now he's got a runner in scoring position, too. Marinaro steps off.
The ump had the out sign.
Yeah,
he was calling it out, and then he's kind of, he'll change it to safe. Got it.
I mean, the throw had beaten. It was a great throw and great placement of the throw. Just holding that tag is tough as this one lifted in the air towards the coaches section, and that one
look out, guys.
Out of play.
They didn't even flinch.
Yeah, I was going to say there was no concern, absolutely no concern by the coaches.
I would, be in the duck and cover position. I'd have, both arms over my head, and they're just looking at it, going whatever.
It's a baseball. We've seen plenty of them.
It's a baseball thing. They don't flinch. They're,
And the pitch here is swing and a miss on a breaking pitch. Struck him out. 2 strikeouts in the inning as they strand the base runner on second. So 1 hit, no runs. We head to the bottom half of the 4th inning. Philly still up 1-0. Bottom of the fourth inning, getting away here. Got John Munzo up to bat.
Oh, they got another batter in their lineup. Okay, good. I thought we were at the top of the lineup.
Not
But
quite
no,
yet.
We'll go more than 9 batters, which teams are allowed to do. We've had as many as 14 batters in a lineup. Just get everybody their chances.
And this one is skied by Munzo, and a little confusion out there, right? But the catch is made, 1 away, and that gives us time to talk about Eric Kolb, the new pitcher.
Yeah, their new pitcher. After Colin Williams went 9 up and 9 down, now Munzo's fly out makes it 10 in a row. That Rangers batters have gone down. And so Eric Kolb comes in, a 6'4" left-hander out of Pennsbury High School. He's a 17-year-old senior, 170 pounds on his 6'4" frame officially.
Wow. Nick Ryan coming to bat.
Okay, here's Ryan, right.
So he's catching for the Rangers. He swings through an off-speed pitch. Back-to-back off-speed pitches to get him going.
Yeah, he's really looping those curves in there. Getting colder again, by the way, if you hadn't noticed.
Oh, yes, I have. Called. Strike 3, and the throw back to the pitcher hits right on the head.
Ow!
A little bit of pinball action there. He seems to be all right.
They're laughing about it, so I think everyone's okay, but come on, guys. Yeah, Sean Camacho's on deck, and now he's coming in, and he's got a big chuckle on that, and the catcher too.
Insult right there. Catch him looking, and then throw.
Is that
balls.
Is that still Hallahan catching?
That is.
Who did that?
I believe that's now 31. Hallahan. That is Hallahan.
Yeah,
correct behind
so
the plate.
He threw it off the batter's head, throwing it back to the pitcher. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
I don't think I've ever seen that. Camacho now up to bat, takes a called strike to start the AB. Camacho grounded to first, his first time up.
Nobody hurt on it, so all's well that ends well.
Makes for a funny blooper. That curveball's in there for a strike, sliding off the mound a bit. Kolb, 0-2, getting ahead of hitters quickly. And the 0-2. Outside.
Dropped the arm angle a lot on that one, didn't he? Kind of frisbeed that on its way over.
And the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 3 up, 3 down. That's 12 up, 12 down for Philly.
He does have a fastball. There it is.
There you go.
Okay.
It exists. We head to the 5th inning. Philly leading 1-0 here on BFA Live Sports. Tony Rossi to get things going here to start the 5th inning. BUPA Philly, the Lindsay team, holding a 1-0 advantage. The Taconic Rangers. For the Rangers, Marinaro stays on the mound. First pitch from him is low. 1-0. Rossi grounded to shortstop his first time up. Real open stance for him. Grounds this one to third. Going to be a tough play, firing across the diamond. He got him. What a throw across the diamond there. That's number 23, Kyle Kremen. All that big frame to get that ball across the diamond before Rossi could get to first base. One away, 5-3 on the putout for those of you scoring at home. And now J.J. O'Neill coming to bat. He singled and came around to score in the second.
Baseball U is up to officially 772 commitments as of a few days ago.
Wow.
And you know what? By the end of this week, with these coaches watching, you might be to 775 and a few more, right? I mean, and that includes Baseball U Philly, Baseball U New Jersey, all of them combined.
You would imagine after they go play in the Wood Bat Championships down in Fort Myers, perfect game.
Yeah, some of those kids too, right? When they're down there, everyone's watching that.
Imagine you might pick up a couple there too.
Now that's not just colleges, that's pro scouts going as well, because you know, it's a Wood Bat tournament and a lot of really good players, they're drafted out of high school.
Yeah.
Although now the draft is all changed around with only, 5 rounds and whatever they're doing instead of 40 rounds or 50 rounds like it used to be. I mean, that's a different world now.
We could have a whole long discussion about that and what they're doing there. As this one's skied to left, down the line, foul.
Well, I mean, now you can still sign kids out of high school, but the minor leagues are going to be trimmed. Mm-hmm. Does that mean more kids stay in college ball instead of turning pro? I think there could be some, slight chain reaction there, because it is tempting to turn pro. Now, when you get drafted out of high school, a lot of kids get drafted late in high school because the pro team doesn't think they're going to turn pro, and then they don't. Right. And so you waste a 33rd round pick because you don't really care. Exactly. And then the kid ends up going to college anyway because he's already committed.
High and away. Checking the swing. He did not go.
Regardless, the major league teams, that some are doing some cost-cutting measures, but they still have scouting departments, and they're going to go to events down in Florida like the Wood Bat Championship.
2-2 pitch up in the zone.
And there's going to be more than normal, perhaps, because these scouts didn't have any minor league games or college games to scout anyway. I mean, the minor leagues wouldn't be playing now, but they haven't had any minor leagues to scout in the summer. And I talk about minor leagues because organizations are sending scouts to all of these minor league games because you have other prospects that you might want to trade for. Okay, they're offering this kid who's a right-handed pitcher. What do we know about him? And now you've got to know what else is out there, even though they've already signed with a different organization.
Swing and a miss there for O'Neill. He's set down on strikes.
And so you have the amateur scouts and the scouts that hit the pro levels. Well, the pro scouts haven't had anything to do because the minor leagues didn't play. I'm going to assume some of them went to some of the amateur scout events that what there is and what they can. That's where you get a lot of the major league teams that are cutting their scouting departments as well. I'm looking at the commits for class of 2020. Wait, where am I? Yeah. And how many there were and are. I mean, I'm counting about 70 or so out of the different Baseball U programs.
Quite a legion of players as Zielinski rips this one to right field, going back, looking up. That one's off the wall. It'll be a real long single.
Yeah, well, it's a 260 dimension out to right. So off the fence to right can often be a single, especially if you play that kind of ricochet off the fence decently.
Zielinski now 2 for 2, if you remember. Had the RBI double in the second that brought home the game's only run. So Kyle Kruppa coming up to bat. Swings through that pitch. And I said these players are from my neck of the woods. Kruppa actually goes to the rival high school of which I graduated.
There you go.
So, no ill will, no bad blood. I graduated. I think I can move past that as that ball is high and in.
Last year, Jamari Baylor, who was a Phillies third-round pick. I didn't see him last year in Williamsport, but he comes out of the Baseball U program. He was their earliest selection last year. They did not have a first-round pick out of Baseball U for the first time in a few years. They had that happen, what, 7 years in a row. I beg your pardon.
Getting away, the throw down to second, not in time.
So for the first time in 7 years, Baseball U did not have a first-rounder. Jack McCarthy of the Diamondbacks in 2018. Pavin Smith of the Diamondbacks was a first-rounder in 2017. 2 first-rounders in 2016, including Justin Dunn of the Mets, Alex Kirilloff of the Twins. These are all from all of Baseball U. Virginia has a lot of the good players, and we don't have them here. So some of these are Baseball U Virginia guys. 10 major leaguers in their 14 years, and now you're up to almost 800 college commits. Right. There's a reason these guys are so proud of the program. The numbers are ludicrous. They really are.
I mean, you're not talking. This is not small potatoes right here. This is some big time stuff. And some of the names you route off there, and a lot of people excited for futures of them.
When they started, and 14 years ago, when they started in 2006. How excited do you think they were? They had 3 draft picks out of this thing. Hey, we had 3 kids who were drafted. One of them was in the 10th round. Yeah. That's how they started. It doesn't sound like much, but for them, that's really exciting. They just put the program together, for crying out loud. Okay, next year you get a second rounder, you get 6 picks, and then after that you're getting all these first rounders. Steven Matz of the Mets was a first rounder, and he came through the Baseball U program. There's so much talent in this. Pennsylvania, New Jersey, but also Baseball U Virginia too.
Marinaro delivers. And swinging through that one, Kruppa struck out, so they'll leave one at first. 1 hit, no runs, but Philly's still holding a 1-0 lead. The Rangers have a chance to change that coming up in the bottom of the 5th here on BFA Live Sports. Bottom of the 5th coming up here. Zach Zielinski into pitch for Philly. Eric Kolb pitches 1 inning, strikes out 2, allows no base runners. So through 4 innings, the Rangers had no base runners. And tasked with changing that as of right now, Ben Tulo coming to bat. Ground out to second base in the first.
Wappingers Falls, New York. And he's played in a couple of perfect game events before as well. 5'6" might be growing a little bit since last report.
Behind the count already.
Now this Taconic Rangers program, they've produced a few as well. Joe Panic is one of a few for Robert Fletcher's program. Yeah, they're pretty legit too. Yeah. I don't know if they've produced 800. They're only one team. 800 college commits.
Panic's playing down in Philly right now.
Yeah.
With the Blue Jays this weekend.
I mean, that's he played in an All-Star game. He won a Gold Glove. I mean, he had a big World Series there for the Giants when they beat the Royals. It's a legit player. It's a little while ago, but yeah, it's very cool. And then some other pros bouncing around in the minor leagues, including a 5th rounder named Alex Robinson. Last reported from a year ago, of course, with Fort Myers, which is advanced A-ball for the Twins. They've been the Twins forever. They've had the spring training there forever. Gavin Garay, and I saw him briefly for a couple games last year with the Brooklyn Cyclones, which is the Mets' short A farm club. So, yeah, I mean, this isn't a Baseball U program. They're joining the Baseball U Fall Showcase event here. They got some pretty good players here, and we can see them, too, although they haven't had any hits in this game. But, they play some pretty good baseball on the Taconic Rangers as well. And they've got some snazzy uniforms, too.
Yeah. I would play just for the uniforms.
I like it.
Count's reset to 2-2, and this one's going to be taken into the gap. Tulo gets the first hit of the game for the Rangers. He's on his horse, a wide turn, but returns to first base. First hit for the Rangers coming here in the 5th, courtesy of Ben Tulo, putting that one in the gap. Good piece of hit, take the ball the other way.
He hit it hard. That was solid contact.
Kyle Kremen coming to bat. He ground out to first in the first. That pitch is low. 1-0. Now we have to see Philly react to a situation they haven't had to. A runner on base. Ball low and in. 2-0. Now for Zielinski, having a little trouble falling behind in counts. This one. And so 3-0. The 3-0 to Kremen. Oh, not coming this. Let's see. Tries to pick off first. Keeping him honest. And this time we'll get the 3-0 kicks. This one's ground off himself. And Kremen going to take a second to regain himself. I think he put that one off his knee, if I saw that one correctly.
Now, when these kids, not all of them, but when the kids, especially from the Baseball U New Jersey team, when they go down to Fort Myers to play in the Wood Bat Championships, you're not getting position switches and, 13 batters are going to be in there. This is hardcore work here to win the game and do whatever it takes. And if you miss a strike call, then the coach is going to come out and have a little talk with the umpire. I mean, all sorts of elements that are not part of this because it's competitive, but not all the way competitive in the showcase event.
Yes, now you're going to see some hardcore baseball, the pastime that you're more familiar with in that event.
And so when you get guys like Joe Celia, Sam Gates from Baseball U New Jersey, and they go down there, you're in it to win it.
Yeah.
And you might not get a chance to play if you're not cut to make the lineup. They're
Right.
going to take a full roster now. I think they're going to try to give. I mean, they're going all the way to Florida to do it. So I think everyone's going to get maybe a rep, but they finished 9th at the Wood Bat World Championships last year. They'd like to do better than that. They want to win a trophy, right? That's what they're attempting to do.
Kremen going to walk there
Yeah, after the reset too.
after the reset. Much needed meeting on the mound here. Settle down, Zielinski.
And so here we are on September 20th in these Wood Bat World Championships in Fort Myers for the Baseball U kids that are going. That's in a couple weeks, October 1st and 2nd, and I think October 1 through 4, something like that. You want to talk about baseball all day. And they're not going to play 7 innings or 2 hours. This is,
No.
you go extras and, hey, we're in the 12th inning. Somebody's got to win. And, really hard competition.
First one's in there for a strike, so the meeting looks like it appears to have helped. Adam Agresti coming up to bat. So he's down 0-1 in the count.
On the video, it looks fairly bright here. I'm here to tell you, it's not that bright. We got shadows.
And this one nubbed fair. It's going to be a fair ball. They get the out at first, move the runners up to second and third.
Yeah, I thought that was going to spin foul as well. It just never did.
Yeah. Well, second and third with an out now.
Here's a team that had no base runners in the first 4, and now they've got a couple in scoring position, and they're only trailing 1-0 here.
Chance to take the lead here for Calvin Diamond. Puts one into the gap. Could score 2. Kremen's got a healthy lead. This one foul back as the infield's in.
You've got the mound in partial sunshine still, and the plate in shadows. That's tricky. You've got the sunshine background. That ball hits the shadow, and it gets darker very fast, but seems like they're able to adjust. I mean,
think they've done
I mean, we're looking at almost the same thing that the batters are looking at. It's not like it gets pitch black all of a sudden.
No, I think they're doing a good job adjusting to it. Makes a scenic background for us, but
Sure.
a little bit more difficult baseball-wise. This one's flown it to right field, charging to make the catch, and now the throw to the plate.
Oh, good
Wow.
throw.
What a dart from right field.
I thought that was going to be good to score him, but no. Who is that in right? Do we know?
I think that's Justice Augusto out there in right field, number 16. Caught a quick glimpse of the jersey as he spun around.
Those coaches out there are kind of looking at each other. They're chatting and they're friendly, and that's a whole bunch
Augusto's a
of
pitcher,
yeah.
so you could see.
Yeah, so
on.
right.
So now 2 outs.
Yeah, he went
Swings
chasing
through
on
that
that.
one. Zada. So now you went from an opportunity with 2 on and nobody out
Yeah.
to 2 outs. And for Zielinski, you couldn't be happier that your outfielder threw it in that hard. Helps you as you try to work out of this jam. Nicholas Mazzata grounds this one to shortstop. Fielded cleanly, firing across the diamond, and he gets the out. So Zielinski gets himself out of the jam. They put 2 on and leave him stranded in scoring position. Philly up 1-0, and they'll get a chance to bat in the top of the 6th here on BFA Live Sports. Top of the 6th inning about to get underway here at Shaw Stadium. We continue on Game 4 of our 5-game set today.
Game 9, baby.
Game 9
all weekend long.
Road Truck with me. I'm Ray Dunn, and you have done almost a complete 9 games. How are we feeling?
I'm okay. I slept better last night than I did the night before. I was ready to go to bed after yesterday. Oh man, hey, getting up at 5 in the morning or whatever it is to get up here for the 8 a.m. game.
Yes, I left Philadelphia today at 4:45.
I will admit that I had a what am I doing? What did I get myself into by agreeing to do this at first? But you know what? I've ended up really enjoying it a ton.
I had a similar last night. Mid-Atlantic Emmys college production. Fortunate to be a part of one of them that was nominated for Temple. So I had watched that with some friends and realized it was almost 10:30, and I was like, okay, it's time for bed. As this one's grounded, Augusto puts it on the ground. The throw to first gets him, and there's one away. Calvin Diamond on the mound for the Rangers.
Yeah, Diamond on his I'm on the PBR website, Prep Baseball Report, and he's got a fastball topping out at 85. So, we're saving some of the best for last. I thought maybe the pitching would kind of tail off by the end of this showcase event, but we've got some of the hardest throwers of the whole weekend coming here in Game 9.
Bring the juice all the way to the end. The first pitch here is up and away. Colin Williams to bat, and if you joined us late, Colin Williams was the top of the conversation for the first 3 innings. Perfect 3 innings for him.
And he was right around 84, 85 pretty consistently for the Radford commit. The left-hander is also a lefty batter.
Up 2-0 in the count. As for Diamond, another one of them from Kennedy Catholic. Gets that one in for a strike, 2-1. Diamond's at 2022, so going into his junior year. Now working from behind the count, 2-1. Kicks, fires. Up and away, 3-1.
He can hit too. This pitcher, Calvin Diamond, 97 exit velo he hit in an appearance in June.
This one fouled away.
And I'm here to tell you, 97 exit velocity is very good.
When someone hits a 97 exit velo. You hear that one from quite a bit away.
6'4" tall right-hander out of Kennedy Catholic.
And a 3-2 pitch from him. Called, third strike. He gets Williams looking for the second out of this inning. And we'll flip over the lineup to Matt Benner.
I had him as playing with Evolution Baseball for his travel team previously, and here he is joining the Taconic Rangers. A 6.97 60-yard dash. I mean,
Can move.
so he can smash the ball. He can pitch up to 85. He has a 97 exit velocity. He's got a little bit of everything going on and a lot of different possibilities.
Yeah. His first pitch to Benner, up and away. This one into the hole at shortstop. That's a base hit for Benner. Good piece of hitting. 2 outs. There's a runner aboard. Benner, who is 0 for 2 in his first 2 at-bats today, gets on base.
All right, here's Chandler, who had the 2 doubles yesterday and now 0 for 2 today. So trying to make something of today's game.
Now we'll get to see what Diamond looks like from the stretch. Pitch inside.
His spin rate that he maxed at was 2,145. I mean, a major league curveball is around 3,000, I believe, or that's a pretty good curve.
That's pretty good, yeah.
Is that right? Am I getting the numbers right on that as I remember? All right, you might know more than I think you do know more than I do on it. I knew a little bit for about 5 minutes one time last year. But that's one of the higher spin rates that I've seen of the guys that have been looked at on the TrackMan, and there aren't many.
Yep.
Most of the guys don't have these types of analytics when you Google them, but there's a lot going on with Justin Diamond, and with good reason.
And the coach's cohort over there calling the out, and the umpire follows suit on the pickoff move.
I like it.
You saw the coaches get excited about Diamond's pickoff move, flash the outside, and the umpire agreed with them. So that ends the top of the 6th inning on the pickoff. Still 1-0 Philly as we head to the bottom of the 6th. The Rangers coming up. Bottom of the 6th inning on tap here on BFA Live Sports. Bob Roadtruck along with me. I'm Ray Dunn, bringing you through Game 4 of 5 today and Game 9 of 10 over the last 2 days. Zach Zielinski still on the mound for Philly. Now for the Rangers, number 22, Phil Macia, coming up to bat.
So I got Philly at 1 run, 6 hits, and no errors. Taconic Rangers, no runs, 1 hit that they finally got in the 5th, and no errors. So another 1-0 game. I mean,
yes.
we've had a few 1-0 and 2-1 games, and not surprising the way that some of these pitchers are throwing. They can pitch.
Yes, if you love explosive offenses, you might have sat this weekend out, but if you love to watch some good pitching, we have the product for you as this one is fouled down the line.
So 1-1 now. Macia had a couple of singles yesterday, went 2 for 2, and today is 0 for 1.
Nice ground to short, first time up in the 3rd. This one's lined into the coaches, and the catch.
Nope, not quite.
No, was not made. Oh, that's disappointing.
I bet you it is 15 degrees colder where we are than where they are.
Oh, absolutely.
In the shade, and also the wind is really whipping up now and blowing into our faces.
I was going to give the excuse of cold hands over there, but
yeah, those guys are perfectly comfortable.
Yeah,
they could break out the beach towels out there in the sun. I mean, they're fine. we're the ones freezing here in the shadows. But you know what? I survived it yesterday, and you're going to survive it today. I promise you will. It'll put hair on your chest.
Called 3rd strike there. Macia sat down, looking. First strikeout for Zielinski.
They, we've talked about the Wood Bat Championships with those guys that we are very jealous of, who will be traveling to Fort Myers, Florida. But they have a couple other showcase events up here forthcoming. I mean, I'm looking on their website, and in October, are you crazy? I mean, this is cold enough.
Are we getting the call back here? Because I'm going to have to order a new jacket.
Well, I don't know if I'll do it without a space heater. Inside the press box, they've got the heater.
Yeah.
Steve and the gang up there, there's not enough room for everyone.
This one is down the left field line. That's dropping in for a base hit. Basilio around first. He gives look to second, and after a long turn, he comes back to first.
I mean, they're wearing short sleeves up there in the production booth.
I took Sean Kelly's sweatshirt. I'm not ashamed to admit I was cold.
Yeah. Well, Steve figured out that white box over his head on the wall. He figured out by game 3 yesterday that was a heater. So it's like, 4 or 5 hours later, it's not just an air conditioner. This actually turns on. and he's been here since 6 a.m. both days.
Yes.
Setting up the gear, setting up the equipment. Short-handed to begin yesterday because the crew was still on its way in. And, it's BFA, and we met some of the BFA guys yesterday because they stopped by and they were chatting with me and Chris, getting in our way as much as they could, and in conjunction with SFBN, invited here again by Baseball U because they've done such a good job on producing the previous events, which is something that they hadn't had before.
This one low, the pitch, runner on his way, safe at second base. So that's a swipe back for Basilio.
So I don't know what kind of video Baseball U had for their events last year or the year before, but they weren't broadcasting them live like they are now. This is an idea they had. They tried it for the first event. You know what? They like it, and they keep on bringing this group back. I want to say bringing us back, but I'm here for the first time personally, and I'm loving it. I'm enjoying it a lot. And I kind of, I'm talking through it here and figuring it out, but I'm recognizing the importance of a showcase event like this. If you have that many coaches here, it means it's a big deal.
Yeah. No, it's a big deal, and certainly have it live streams, give people a time and place to watch, and it could open it up to even more. I mean, the recruiting possibilities with live stream events is through the roof. So. And
obviously the proof is in the pudding. Baseball U keeps on bringing back.
And this one looped out to right.
He caught it, yeah. Over the shoulder like that. That's a second baseman. That was Krupa playing second before, but I don't think that's him now. Oh, I heard, come on, good job, Krupp. So, okay, I'll go with that.
Let's give it to him. I'm all for it. It's really testing the vision I thought I had as Munzo comes up. And skies this one to right, going back on it and making the catch. That wraps up the inning. So they threaten, get a runner in scoring position. One hit, no runs. That's been the story of the day. 1-0 still Philly as they will come to bat in the top of the 7th. Seventh inning of baseball in this game between the Taconic Rangers and BUPA Philly Lindsay team for their coach. And Philly with a 1-0 lead as they come to bat in the top of the 7th. Eric Chandler coming to bat. He was batting in the 6th before Matt Benner was picked off at first. And the pitch is fouled on back beyond us.
This kid...
almost hit a car.
Oh, goodness. I'm glad I didn't. This kid, Calvin Diamond, 6'4", righty, 16 years and 2 months. So he's barely having just turned 16. hasn't committed to a college yet. I can promise you he's going to get college offers eventually, and maybe already has.
Inducing this fly to center field, and catch is made. One away.
I mean, you don't have to take the first offer you get. And he's still developing, and he's throwing 85 at 16 years old. That doesn't make him the top prospect in the country, but it makes him pretty gosh darn good.
Yes, and plenty of room to grow and a solid frame to do so with. As Jake Whitlinger comes to the plate, doubled in the first inning. Takes a strike there.
That's a good bender, too. All right, I mean, we've been talking about the velocity, right? On his fastball and on his exit velo at 97 that he hit at one time just a couple months ago. That's a pretty good curve, too.
Yeah, the windup of the pitch from him. He speeds it up once again. Whitlinger trying to catch up with it, fouls it back.
I got to look at that kind of, 12-6 they call it, hook that he dropped in there at 68. And, I mean, when you're sitting there waiting on the fastball and comes in on the hands with a pitch like that, ooh.
And this one grounded to shortstop. Fielded cleanly, the toss across the diamond is in time. Gets him at first base, 2 away. Hustling down the line there. Whitlinger made that closer than I thought it'd be.
Philly with 1 run, 6 hits, no errors. Taconic Rangers, kind of a frustrating day for them at the plate. No runs, 2 hits, and no errors. After Taconic lost yesterday 3-1, they had 7 hits. So they have 1 run all weekend.
As Evan Holohan to the plate. Flew out to left in the first inning and then singled and stole the bag in the 4th. Ground ball once again to shortstop. Fielded cleanly. The throw gets him, and that will wrap up the top of the 7th inning. But don't you go anywhere. Bottom of the 7th on its way. The Rangers trailing 1-0 when we come right back on BFA Live Sports. Bottom of the 7th inning, 1 final chance for the Rangers. They trail Philly 1-0 in this Baseball U Fall Showcase. And again, per the rules of the tournament, they will have the chance to put up 6 batters in the inning.
Not just the coaches out there at third, but also a lot of the parents and fans who are watching this event, they're congregating over there as well, because that's where the sun is.
The sun has shifted, and then first pitch from new pitcher Tony Rossi, taken up the middle by Nick Rayone, caught by the shortstop. So 1 away, just like that.
That's Eric Chandler who caught that on the run. He got a good jump and a good read on it. So 2 outs left for DeConnick to try to bust through and get a run. Down 1-0 here.
Top of the order for the Rangers. Sean Camacho coming up to the plate. Takes the first one for a strike, so he is 0 for 2. Ground to first and struck out. That one's a little outside, 1-1. Rossi, senior from CB East, and 6'5", weighs 215, right-hander. Fouls back, and yeah, if there was a build for a closer in this game, I would like the build for Rossi.
Yeah, for sure.
Ahead 1-2 to Camacho. Very engaged fan base, like you said. Locking into the end here as this one's popped up on the left side of the infield. 3 converging.
Ooh.
The left fielder able to come in and snag that one.
Oh, goodness. They made that an adventure.
That'll sure to get the heart rates of the parents and coaches up. That catch made, so now 2 away.
Yeah, who do we got next? We got BUPA Guy against MSI, Maple Zone Sports Institute. 4:40 would be the scheduled start.
Tula going to take that one for a strike, start the AB. Yes, 4:40 is the scheduled start. Right now we're staring down 4:18, according to my watch. The 0-1. In there for a strike. Nice curveball moving in there from Rossi. And the 0-2 to Tula. Outside.
I mean, a 1-0 game here, and you get, guys like Colin Williams and Eric Kolb who threw very well, and Zach Zielinski to a certain extent as well. And for DeConnick, beginning with Dylan Joseph, but then you get, Luis Marinero and Calvin Diamond who are lighting it up. And, I mean, we had, really 4 pitchers that were touching 83, 84, 85, 2 on each side. Good arms. There's a reason why it's a 1-0 game.
Right. No shortage of good pitching in this one, and like we've said throughout the broadcast today, throughout the weekend, is Rossi Wines kick, swing and a miss, struck him out, and that will wrap this one up. Philly with a 1-0 victory over the Taconic Rangers. It was a game decided by its pitching. As we get through this one quickly, and the next one's supposed to start at 4:40. That will be the 10th and final game of the showcase. Hard to believe we're there.
We made it.
We're there. Bob Roadtruck, I'm Ray Dunn. We'll be back here on BFA Live Sports in just a little bit. Take some time off, grab something to drink, sit down and relax. You got one more coming your way here on BFA Live Sports.